Maeser Plumbing and CTD products.
Mom can pull it up on her phone and then screen share.
With that said, we'll get you guys started for 15 minutes of practice. Good luck and good bowling. Press the check mark twice on your consoles to get started.
Do you want your bag up or down?
Attention double shootout bowlers, this is your final reminder to get into brackets and jackpots
When you gonna come back over and bowl
before
for
the end
me?
of practice. Thank you.
When you gonna come back over and sub for me so you can make some money?
Last time I come over, I lost all my money on bowling front.
Ryan shot 2 for me last night. No. 7. We had 8 5.99s. 7 right-handers went up there and missed one. The ball just took off some head. John Mathis, 1 lefty. He hit one. Oh, people were living.
It's like, motherfucker, you look like some puny Friday night. Hello, how are you?
But no, I don't want to bowl here and possibly be done 11:30 midnight. I'm getting back up at 6 to go try to make it. So.
Yeah, I get off at 1 the other day. I'm here all the time.
I got a ticket.
All right, good evening, folks. Welcome back to Executive Bowl, Executive Strike and Spare here in Louisville, Kentucky, as we begin the doubles shootout. Thanks to Maeser Plumbing, Motiv, and creating the difference as well. We appreciate all of the sponsors here. High Five gear included in that. QubicaAMF as well. Proud sponsors of certainly specific events this weekend, but essentially proud sponsors of the Bradley Open and in general. As we get you underway, brief little delay in regards to the weather for some individuals who were trying to make their way here. Gave them a little bit of extra time to get here, and here we are. And having said all of that, get a chance to, at least for a small moment, because he's got a bowl, and he's got to get home, make sure everything is cool and well, and be safe also. But I want to give a warm welcome to Daniel Farish, stopping in to check in, specifically as we watch Paul Eston here.
Yeah, as always, thank you very much for having me in the booth. It's always a pleasure to sit side by side with you. We haven't done this in a long time.
It's been a minute.
It has. But yeah, I was at the garage shop adjusting some surfaces, and the plan was to go home and hang out with the fiance tonight. And then you said,
that's still the plan.
What is after this? But you said, well, hey, Paul's on the string pair for the first game. I think the first two games actually, and I can't pass up an opportunity to spend part of an evening with two of my closest friends, watching one and broadcasting with the other.
I appreciate you as always. I'll be awaiting our roster, if you will, with lane assignments, so we can figure out who everyone will be, who's going to be nearby. I think there are going to be teams are going to be skipping a pair. They did not skip a pair this morning for singles, but I do think they're skipping a pair tonight for doubles. Daniel, just off the top, obviously as a local player, you know, I'm sure a lot of players who are here. So anybody that's standing out to you right now that keep an eye on here?
Well, one of the guys in front of us on 37 and 38, of course, you got my buddy Paul on 37. He strikes a lot in here on League on Friday nights. His partner, Jacob Rowan, had a string back in the fall where he had something like 2 or 3 300s and a couple of 8s within like a 10, 15-day stretch in this building. So he can catch fire certainly at times. But the one guy to keep an eye on that's also on 37 and 38, his name is Ricky Bolin. He's in a white, green, and black jersey, kind of shorter hair, bowling with a guy named Kenny is his doubles partner. But Ricky has taken the last couple of years to study his game, study his arsenal, and actually study the game. And he is what you would call a league bowler, bowls a couple leagues a week, hasn't really bowled many tournaments, but he wants to take that next step, and he's putting the work in. So I'm kind of excited to see what he can do as he starts to step outside of the leagues, bowl some local tournaments, whether it's house shot stuff or actual patterns like the local Masters event, Kings Royals. It's a local traveling series. I'm excited to see what he can do in the next 6 to 12 months.
Okay. That's a good. You'd like to hear where players are, bowlers are in that sense. They figured out they want to go out and try to achieve some different things and put themselves in position to do so.
Yeah, he's up on 38 right now, and his partner Kenny, who will be up on 37, won a couple of dollars off my dad in league a few weeks ago, and that's a big bragging point for him.
I was about to say that's can't be taking bucks off Chuck Farish. So breaks in a lot of 17. Actually, there's one right there on 36, as a matter of fact. A lot of 7-10s. I guess not a lot, but too many, and generally always at the inopportune times this morning during the single shootout presented by High Five Gear.
Yeah, and you can say this really about any house shot across the country, but Executive has been known for years that it's very easy to get to the 1-3, but getting the corners out, 7s for lefties, 10s for righties, has always been difficult in here.
Always makes for a nice challenge. Should everybody tune in? Bluegrass 300 checking in early. Derek Roseberry checking in. That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Down in Florida, still throwing strikes as far as I know.
How about that? What's up, Derek?
Comes up to Louisville a couple times every year. One of my fiercest competitors in youth leagues growing up.
It's funny, I said his name and I can picture him in my mind, his cadence to the line.
Well, that's the thing. We're around bowling for so long, I might not know someone from their name or their face, but if I see their style, I'm like, oh, I know that guy. I bowled in college against him 15 years ago at that one Tier 2 tournament.
Speaking of that, there's a few collegiate bowlers who are former and current actually bowling tonight. Cam Crow, although I didn't see him, I think he is bowling with Brandon Bone, who I did see.
That's not fair.
Yeah, that's one would imagine that if they can make the top 8, which is no gimme. Obviously, there's plenty of talented players. We saw a great single shootout on this modified house this morning. But if they can get there, speaking of Bone and Crow, they can make some noise certainly in the top 8. See Chad Roberts next door. We've got 39 through 42 in the bottom right of your screen. We'll check in over on 31 through 34 and sometimes as well.
Oh, my. I don't know his name.
That is Nicholas Coons, who
I feel
finished
like
second today.
I feel like I should know that name as good as he throws the ball.
Well, he and Nolan White put on a heck of a match today.
I heard Nolan won. I had to log out for work, unfortunately, so I didn't see the title match, but I did hear that Nolan won. Congrats to him.
Yeah, they went back and forth. Nolan ultimately had to strike out in an attempt to win by 1.
Ooh.
He did that. It was a part of a 5-backer, so he threw the last 5. Nicholas had a chance to win it with a strike. He went wrap 10 spare, so he went 9 spare strike, 217. Nolan gets up, does what he does. Then they both start with like the front 7, I think, the next game. And it ended up being a 279 to 258 game 2. Nicholas won that game. And then the striking pace simmered ever so slightly. And then we saw a split or 2 from Nicholas, which ultimately was the difference.
Okay.
Great match today.
Well, I'm going to have to go back and watch it then.
For those of you watching, any particular teams or players that you're looking to kind of keep an eye on tonight? The one thing I can say from experience, and there are a few groups of 2, or with 2 teams, I should say, so pairs of 4s, but it looks to be plenty of pairs of 6s, so the pace might get off a little bit. So just keep that in mind as you pop in and out tonight.
I think Jason said the total was 70 teams tonight.
Seems like a solid number.
It's kind of funny. I don't say the word funny, but it's fun to see how the events on Friday have grown. Because a friend of mine, when I was doing some surface work earlier, she said what are they live streaming on Friday? And I said, well, the Bradley used to just be Saturday, Sunday, but then guys started coming in early for the event, and Jason had the idea, well, if they're going to be in town anyways, let's do a doubles event. So I'm not sure how many years this has been going on for, and then guys were coming in even earlier, and he said, well, let's give them a single sweeper on Friday to bowl. And it's kind of grown from there.
Yeah, doubles is, I don't know the years on that. I feel that singles is, this is, at least for my personal perspective, I think this is year 3.
That sounds right.
Well, this is year 3, I should say, for singles, and I think it began in 22.
Okay.
I saw a bowler on, that slides on the opposite foot. Or righty. Oh, no, that is that player local? Does that sound familiar to you?
Daniel Dino.
Okay. Oh, yeah, from last year. I remember him from last year now. That name's coming back to me.
Yeah, we always joke with him. You know how good you'd be if you finished on your left foot? Dino, either the last 2 weeks at league, he's from the Owensboro, Kentucky area.
Okay.
Either the last 2 weeks or his last 2 league nights, he went 850, 830. So
it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's on the wrong foot, but he can throw the ball.
I think he made the singles top 8.
That doesn't surprise me.
Now that you bring that up. In the booth with Daniel Farish here early. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Appreciate you tuning in. As we just get underway here, game 1 of doubles. Had a small delay to allow players to get here via the weather outside. It's not quite too frightful, but for some, the fire is certainly delightful. And if you don't have a place to go, an executive bowl is your place. So let it snow.
Just come hang out at exec, watch some high scores tonight if you're of age. The bar is open, and have some fun this evening.
Well, speaking of that, I got to talk to Jeremy Thomas. See if this morning we had he did like a mini giveaway, if you will, and it was solely about a beverage of choice for the person who was closest to guessing the cut number this morning for singles, but they had to be in the building. So maybe they were bowling doubles, and I believe the honor went to Cody Poole, who is bowling tonight. But I don't know if he got his beverage now. I got to think about it.
Do you know what his guess was and what the cut number was? Do you remember?
He guessed 744, and it was 748.
I'm so glad I did not bowl today because I could not strike that much in this building. No chance. I will throw more strikes in this building on a Friday night Kentucky Open block, which is on patterns, than I do on the house shot.
Talking about some other teams here, we've got Brandon Coombs bowling with Zach Coombs on that's 35A, 35B. B and 2, Corey York and Ronald Beard.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I'm telling you. 37A, Kenny Lape and Ricky Boland as mentioned. 37B, Christy Perkins and Andy Willis. Christy bowled this morning single shootout as well. And 37C, as mentioned, Jacob Rowan and Paul Eston. Over on 39 right now at the bottom of your screen, Nikki Coffey and Jeff Lyons. They are 39B, Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino or Dino?
Dino.
Dino. Thank you. And Amar Johnson. Or Arnar Johnson, excuse me. And Chad Roberts. And then 31's got Tanner Cox, Candace Gibson, Cody Straley, and Denny Morrison Jr., Jeremy Thomas, and Tony Cox. I believe each player, or each team, excuse me, each pair is going to skip a pair of these 3 games. The pace won't be as fast as it was this morning.
Yeah, this morning only had 4 on a pair, didn't it? Or
there was a good portion that had 6. I'm sorry.
Was it? Okay.
That had 6, and then the rest had 4.
Okay. And you said this is a modified pattern. This is not the house shots.
To my knowledge,
Okay.
and based on what was written, the various posts under the event info, etc.
Okay.
So I don't think it's the true house shot, or the official house shot, if you will. I do think it is modified to some degree.
Yeah, this place is, always tough to carry, and Jeremy mentioned this during the singles shootout this morning. There's basically 3 bays to this building, the low, the middle, the high end, and each one plays slightly different than the other. And if you start, if you're doing a bigger skip, like we bowl some tournaments in here on the house shot where you're skipping 5 or 6 pair, if you can start on the low end and transition your way to the high end, it's great, because they get a little bit tighter as you move further right. But if you got to make that jump from the high end all the way down to 1 through 14, 1 through 16, it's almost like a different bowling center, and it gets worse the later in the block that you get. The great thing is that won't matter at all this weekend. Not for tomorrow and Sunday anyway.
Yes. I don't want to give any secrets away, but I know you were working on surface prep. What are you looking forward to?
Well, even when this was in Lexington, the first couple of years that Jason moved it here to Kimball, and then when he moved it to Executive, I would always put 360, 500 on a number of bowling balls. That was kind of where I was at. If people know how I throw the ball, I'm lower speed, lower rev rate. Pretty much no one gets their ball to hook here, but I especially am not going to get a ball to hook. I just want to get it to hit, to read at some point on the lane and hit. And the first year that it was here, a lot of guys you would see would take literally drywall screen and put lines in their ball. So the last 2 years, I was like, well, I've got a couple balls that I can ruin, because when you do that, you effectively ruin the bowling ball.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can ruin a couple balls. Let's try it. And the difference between 360 grit and taking screen to a bowling ball for me was negligible. I mean, it wasn't there. So this year I'm going back to 360 on all of my pin down symmetrics, some 500 and some 800 on some pin up symmetrics, pin up ASIMs, nothing more than 1,000. And then tomorrow morning is effectively the way I look at it, it's a 5-game practice session. If you can hit the 1-3, as Paul just did, and 7-10, if you can hit the 1-3 and make your spares, then you can treat it as a practice session. The only problem is, on the Bradley pattern, hitting the 1-3 doesn't mean you're going to leave something makeable. You hit the 1-3, you could look at a 5-7-10, an 8-10, a 5-8-10, a 5-7, whatever. But yeah, it's going to be a practice session. Try a lot of different angles. One-handed, two-handed. I've got some two-handed balls just in case. So we'll see.
We're going to blame Daniel Farish for Paul's start. I didn't even mention the Cubs thing.
Oh, yeah, Cubs fan.
But I got him earlier about that.
Yeah, he's a fan of the Northsiders. He has been ever since. I mean, we met when we were 7 or 8 years old, when our parents bowled in a Friday night mixed league at the bowling center where my parents' pro shop was at. And he's been a Cubs fan ever since then. So we went up to Wrigley for games 4 and 5 of the World Series in '16.
Really?
Yeah. We didn't go to the game, but we hung out in Wrigleyville.
Okay. That was the next best place to be?
Yep. We Fidel let us stay at his place.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then we watched Game 7. We were at B-Dubs, and if I remember correctly, there was a big rain delay. in that Game 7 because B-Dubs closed, so we had to go to our respective homes and watch the ending of the game. But we were texting the whole time. And that was special for him as a Cubs fan.
For every Cubs fan, it looks like we got a couple in the chat as well as we always do. Well, we got our first opportunity at not perfection, but after a difficult start, 5-1. A possibility to go sheet off the board here on 35.
I think that first shot for Nick was a PBA washout. Maybe just, lights came on, get a little amped up, and just pitch it long, and then gather yourself and throw 8 in a row with a couple bird dogs in the middle.
Yeah, that's Brandon. This is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
This is exactly what he was doing earlier.
Is it?
Okay. Yeah.
What's impressive is he gets so much of it at the bottom, but he's very forward through the ball. He's not like, circling it or getting around it, creating a lot of rotation. That ball just end over end is very forward. I don't know if they have a mystery score in this tournament, but if he could go, 10 bagger here and then another 5 or 6 in the fill, put up a 271, 272. It's not going to win him any jackpots, but it'd be fun to see on the scoreboard. Got to get this one, though. That's the second one on that lane. Seen 2 over on 37 and 38.
And just within the 4 lanes.
Yeah.
There's been plenty.
It doesn't really bode very well for tomorrow on these 2 pair. Oh.
All right, 262 to start for Brandon Coombs. Very done. Well done. Again, just continuing what the pace he was on earlier this morning. Difference is, of course, doubles, so you'll need a little bit of help. And with 70 teams, I don't know how many additional teams will get a paycheck. There were 64 entries and 12 spots for cash, and the top 8 got to the finals or match play bracket. Same thing, top 8 will advance in the bracket, and then it'll turn into a Baker doubles competition. Best 2 out of 3.
Talking about Daniel Dino earlier, he is on front 8 over on 39 and 40.
Take a look at that here in just a minute. Again, live from Executive Bowl. Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. It's next door to the fairgrounds convention center here. Is there a convention center also somewhere in Louisville, or is this like the
So this
place
is,
to be?
Next to us is Freedom Hall, where the Louisville Cardinals played up till 2010. And then they've got the East Wing, the West Wing, the North Wing, and South Wing, where a number of conventions, agricultural shows, car shows, stuff like that are at.
Okay.
And then the Kentucky Convention Center is downtown.
Gotcha.
This is where the dirty conventions go, the dirt and the farm animals and the car shows, and then like your more corporate, bigger, not as dirty conventions are downtown, and then the newly remodeled KCC. Plus, it's smack dab in the middle of downtown Louisville, and it's a lot easier to move heavy machinery in and out of Freedom Hall area
Right.
than it is downtown.
One would think, but you never know. Chad Roberts over there still striking 2. Rowan.
Paul hasn't struck on this lane yet. Flagged a 10-pin, split through the face, pocket 7-10. He's moved left, he grabbed the heck out of it, and stuffs 10 back. Attaboy.
Got to get on the horse a little bit. You anticipate, you just have to assume that, let's just say, 1440 is a number that you and your partner would have to be around. 1440.
Yeah, 720 a man. That's. Now Dino left a looks like a 4-pin in the ninth, so his string is over. But you look around, you don't see a lot of teams stringing them out there. Kenny's got 270 going here. I'll say that, he wrapped 10s. He's got 58 going. Ricky can only get to 220. Dino's in the set, can get to 70. His partner Chris Corbin can punch for or double the 10th for 20s. I mean, I'll say that. And down on 43 and 44, we got two players. One can double the 10th for 79. The other can double the 10th for 69.
Quick peek over there. Shout out to Leah Zwei, by the way. I think she was watching or at least trying to check in on her brother Matthew. I saw him earlier. I'm assuming he's bowling tonight, certainly. Okay, that's a double. Yeah, change that score for Paul. Meanwhile, Daniel, not this Daniel to my right, but the Daniel in front of you on the left side of your screen, out there putting in work. He's going to be in the 270s with one more in the 10th.
You threw a double, but the machine didn't believe you. And Dino likes to hook him, and he's playing him pretty straight. That's impressive.
His game as a whole is impressive. Another opportunity at 279 on 31 and 32. Let's either Tanner Cox, if that's right, or
Denny Morrison just threw the shot on 31.
33, 31, so that would be.
So whoever Denny's partner is.
The Cody Straley, if that's the case.
Okay, yeah.
So Daniel gets the 279. Okay. We're on and popping here. Let's check in over on 31 and 32 real quick. Jonathan Cummins, who I've gotten used to seeing strike a lot in the single shootout. He did not bowl singles this morning, but he is bowling doubles just next door over here on 29. That's a big time carry right there. Or Cody, specifically that was Denny. Cody could be in the 270s. 260s. Well, so far, Mr. Ferris, I guess maybe with the exception of this group here, Denny and Cody, we've seen a lot of high scores, but the partners, quote unquote, haven't equaled.
No.
But that's part of doubles. That's a part of what you get, obviously, when you bowl doubles.
No, and I don't think your prediction of 1440 is going to be that far off because they're only cutting top 8. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And all you need is just, a handful of teams to light it up. Next to 31 and 32, the bowlers on the bottom going into the 10th have 69 and 80 going. So, there are a couple of teams within our view, just a couple, that are in that 500 plus range, and that's all it takes.
Talked about the pace going to be a little bit off with groups of 2 teams, and there are others with 3. The majority still with 3. Of course, those with 2 are already done, it looks like, especially those on the high end. At 279, 249 next door on 39 and 40. Could be another game of 260. Could be 260, 250 there for Ornar Johnson and Chad Roberts potentially. They're back on the bottom right of your screen for the moment.
And down on the high end, you got a team that can both double the 10th for 560. A team next to them that can get to 540. So yeah, there's a couple teams out there putting numbers up outside of our viewing range. Ricky can't get that half 10 out. These back ends look a lot tighter than what the house shot typically is. So whatever the modification is, it appears to make the lanes play a little bit tighter front to back.
I think we saw a little bit of that for sure earlier today during singles, especially as things started to carry down a little bit more. It was just like, there were some shots where there was some wiggle down lane.
And maybe it's just Jason's way of preparing these bowlers for the weekend, because there's going to be, well, I guess there's going to be the opposite of wiggle down lane, because the ball's not going to get started to wiggle. It's just going to go straight.
Yes, my eyes will need to do their normal adjustment after a couple of frames tomorrow.
Yeah, and another, the biggest reason that I don't bowl the doubles event is, and I was talking to Laura, the absolute best lane waitress and bartender I've ever had in the bowling center. She was asking why I wasn't bowling, and I said, truth be told, because I would like to think that whoever my partner was, we would, go far in this doubles event. That's what you plan for anyway. And when you're bowling 830 squad, this tournament doubles event doesn't get done till late, and I don't want to sacrifice that sleep. Because tomorrow's a long day.
Yeah.
It's 11 games, and it's not like 11 games where you're averaging a 230 or 240 and you're throwing, 7-8 strikes a game. It's a lot of second ball shots. It's a lot of mental frustration. I'm going to want some sleep.
Look at Chad Roberts there, who can get to the 250s. Christie did strike first shot in the 10th.
Steven Zimmer, soft 9-pin, trying to get to 240. That's going to put him in the 20s. Bowling with Brett Shepard, 2 of the local guys I grew up with, if you don't know who they are. Brett actually works in the pro shop here. He's trying to get to 270. Aced it.
Tip in there for Christie. Chad Roberts going to be right over your screen there, on the bottom right of your screen. Trying to get in the 250, and he and his partner Arnar Janssen can get to 265, 258 respectively. That's a good break.
It is. But when you throw it that good, you're going to get breaks like that.
Thomas over on 33 and 34.
Good double for Jeremy. A very down and in, simple player. That'll put him in the 230s. His partner, Tony Cox, 221. Jeremy, good shot in the fill. Strikes 234, gives him 455. Probably going to need a little bit more than that. Shot there from Austin Kohler, promising up-and-coming player from the Southern Indiana area. Bowling with Kelly Countryman. Both of those gentlemen have actually been Kings Royal champions. Kings Royal was a traveling tournament series that was started back in the early 2010s, and basically it's a points system. 10 to 16 events each year, depending on what year it was. Bowling on different sport patterns, accumulate points, and then the top 16 come back at the end to bowl for the Kings Royal title. Austin won last year in 23. Kelly won, I think, a year or two before I did, because I think I won in 18. But Kelly, Kings Royal champion. They're only going to be in the 420s if they can both fill the fill ball here. So certainly going to need some more of the last two. Tonight's a sprint, absolutely a sprint. This is not a marathon. The weekend is a marathon. Tonight's a sprint.
Had the first bump of a power cable today.
Is that what that was?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't lose stream. It was just monitor?
Yes,
Okay.
thankfully.
Yeah, the monitor, preview monitor we have went black for a little bit. But it's back on 35 through 38. Glad to see Paul found a way to strike out. At least Bill 5 strikes there. Save the game. Jacob 250. But a majority of low doubles scores in our viewing range, with a couple of teams that splashed out some small to mid to high fives.
Denny, right? Morrison?
Yes.
I remember him now after seeing him up close. Game 2 for a good majority. Coming to an end. I see a 279 possibility. It's like 45 and 46.
Yeah, there's some big numbers on that pair. The top team over there. Leadoff can punch for 260. The other leadoff had 290 going. He split the ninth, or they split the ninth. Pair next to them has I think a 270 and a 260, so some bigger numbers down there, and those are good pairs. The last 3 or 4 pairs in this building, especially 49 through 52, the last 2 pair, because normally wall pairs, end pairs are not good.
Yeah, that can be difficult, right?
1 and 2 is atrocious, I'll tell you that. But 51 and 52 is a really good pair in this building. So, but as promised, I'll have to watch game 2 and 3 from the comfort of my home.
Yes, you will.
I've got to got some fried rice and chicken for dinner tonight. Ashley's cooking up. And then
sounds lovely.
Head to bed early because she's up at 4:30. She works at 6 a.m. on the weekends. So she goes to bed early, I go to bed early.
Did she, obviously she got to where she needed to get to this morning regarding work, right?
Yeah.
Early morning too?
Yes. She got to sleep in until 5:30 this morning.
That's a sleep-in day for her.
It is. It is.
Well, we appreciate all that she does. Saving lives. Let's check in on Nicholas Coombs out there. So we'll see you at 8 or 8:30?
8:30. Yep.
8:30 a.m. Okay.
Yep. The plan tomorrow is bowl 5 games, make the cut, go home, take care of the dogs, grab some food, come back, and join you for a bit of B Squad.
How long do you think you will remain? Because you're going to bowl. So how long do you think you'll remain in the building, like as far as all day? Because it is an all-day affair tomorrow, as you mentioned.
Yes. Well, with her working 12-hour shifts, when I get done bowling, I got to go home, let the dogs out.
Gotcha.
I'll hang with them for a little bit, and then probably be back here, I don't know, between 1 and 1:30, 1:30 and 2 o'clock, somewhere in that range. And it's always fun to watch B Squad because I get to see what it looks like when a ball hooks on the Bradley pattern. I mean, not me personally, because I sure as heck can't make a ball hook on it, but watching others do it's fun. So, Well, on that note, sir, I'm going to head home. Thank you for the opportunity, as always. It's a pleasure.
My man. I'll see you in the morning.
And I will see you in the morning.
All right, folks, that is Daniel Farish. Hello to Julian Brown. Appreciate you tuning in. Take a look at 31 through 34. Let's see, they're just essentially getting underway now. They just finished up game 2, as we saw. 39 and 40, they hopped way over to 43 and 44. Hi, Nora. Appreciate you tuning in. This is a one stream with 3 opportunities in regards to from a camera perspective. So I can get several lanes, but don't have the abilities, at least at the moment, to add some additional streams. That's a work in progress. I appreciate you tuning in. However, what I normally like to do in that case is, let's see. Let's go to we'll keep it here and we'll add. Let's add I like to add a little picture-in-picture because of that. Like that. First timer, we appreciate you tuning in. Nice screen name or username, if you will. Nora, by the way, if you are looking for a particular player, etc., and so forth, let me know. Happy to help you out and figure that part out too. This is now officially game 2 of doubles tonight. Tomorrow we'll have a similar situation in regards to what lanes we'll be able to take a look at. 35 through 38 will be kind of a main situation as far as main lanes or main channels go, feature pairs. Between those and 31 through 34, then obviously having a look at 39 through 42 as well. Hello to Yvonne checking in. Alex, yeah, the pattern is never revealed. But I think the goal is for it to be as Bradley as possible, if that makes sense. And if it's going to be high volume, it's going to play like a very long like pattern. And as Daniel was mentioning, some of the surfaces he is looking forward to using, a lot of 360. You'll see some 180, a lot of 180 probably out there. Definitely some 360. Some may even bring some Scotch Brite. I think Jason Utchwall said there's a story about roof shingles being used at one point in his time working this event. We'll have Jason Utchwall here in a little bit. 39 and 40 starting off pretty well. They've been solid throughout. Yeah, let's check them out again. Haven't seen the groups on 31 through 34. Jeremy or Thomas, excuse me. Bottom right of your screen. Talked about Jonathan Cummins earlier. Pretty solid player. And to see him bowl doubles tonight. He has bowled singles in the past, so I didn't get a chance to see him earlier. Aaron Martin, I think he bowled singles this morning too. I tell you, it's weird to say, but the scoring pace tonight is a little lower than I anticipated. Now, you know, there's a ton more bowling balls, twice the amount and more than we saw this morning. But the scores seem to be kind of sprinkled in. But they are moving right along on 39 and 40. Check them out after the Cummins shot here. Hello to Irish Pogey. Hope all is well in your world. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Double shootout. This is game 2. 3 games. And they'll cut to the top 8. We have access, be able to check out lanes 31 through 42 to a degree. Saw DJ Chafin earlier. He's over on 31. Again, tomorrow we'll start the official Bradley Open, where our A squad will hit the lanes at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Starting to see the strings again, and it's slowly worked their way into the possibility. And Corey York and Ronald Beard, though, putting in work over there. Shot there, bottom of your screen from Denny. Already had one event complete, single shootout this morning. Starting to see the hook come out as well. Jason Utchwall
Yes, sir.
has joined us.
Yeah, trying to catch up a little bit.
How are we looking here this evening?
Not bad.
Okay.
Down a little bit from last year, but I think weather has definitely played a part of that this afternoon. I've got at least, probably say at least 5, 6, 7 teams that were unable to either get down, ran into some snow or other inclement weather on the way in. So, I'd much prefer for them to drive safe and get here, or drive safe and get to wherever they're going instead of rushing to get here. They can always bowl next year, bowl tomorrow, bowl whenever they're ready to. So, still a good field, right at 70 teams. Definitely will expedite the pace a little bit this afternoon with a couple less teams per pair.
So was it like last year was maybe 4 teams on the?
Yeah, I don't know if it made it all the way across there. I think last year we were around 87 teams, so we're down to about 17 from last year. But like I said, I've had an awful lot of people that are, I think it was borderline 7 teams that weren't able to make it because of the weather. There's a couple of other teams that are still on their way from or groups of people coming from Springfield. They've ran into weather as well, and other ones that just decided that longer day or days than they expected, so that they were going to take this evening off.
That's Jason Utchwall. He is the tournament director here at the Bradley.
I think scores will be pretty good this afternoon like they were this morning.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
I was just saying though, they're starting to come alive, but I feel like they're sneaky high scores tonight.
Yeah.
Because we're not seeing teams as a whole put scores together simultaneously, which rarely happens in doubles anyway.
Right.
But we are seeing individuals put up score in their respective for their respective teams. But this duo here, again, Corey York and Ronald Beard, started very well. And could put in still 260, 250.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good start over there. I mean, I see a couple other good scores to the left. I'm not sure who is 1 and A on 31 and 32, but you've got starting 4 strikes in a row, 9 spare strike, and the partners on the front 5. So
Arnar Johnson and Chad Roberts bowled on 39 and 40. They started on that pair.
39 and 40?
Yeah, and they made them look pretty solid. In fact, they Arnar shot 265, Chad shot 250 plus. And it looks like both teams over there are going to be, I would say, at least 450 or more, and then one could be at 510 or more.
Nice. So we're game 2 now?
This is game 2.
That's how much time is flying for me right now. So I've just got caught up in the office, and I'm adding people to the roster for tomorrow. And for all those that have not selected all of their squad times for tomorrow, we are still taking those so we can get that done. You know, I think my part that's the most fun for the doubles is always watching the after the cut for the Bakers.
Oh, sure, 100%.
You know, I'll go work on that bracket in a couple of minutes. You know, I know that we're going to be running those. I think we talked about, what, 31 through 42 in that area, so we can catch all of that
yes,
action for the finals
yeah,
for all of the viewers. I think it was 31 and 32 to 41 and 42 in that area.
yes. Are you still? What do you do for the final pair? Or I'm sorry, the finals. It's the same format as the singles. It's just doubles, right?
Yep. But the only difference is there we're going to switch the Bakers for the doubles, and it's best 2 out of 3 all the way to the final. So it runs the same way through. Singles wise, it was single elimination and best 2 out of 3 for the final. This one, it just switches to Bakers from standard doubles, and it's best 2 out of 3 all the way to whoever wins.
Players are, or teams, I should say, are skipping a pair to the right.
Yep.
Here for doubles.
Yep.
So Nora, if you are looking for Arnar and Chad, they're going to be obviously further down on the high end after this game is complete. I'd have to imagine, we don't know for sure, but I would expect to see them in the top 8, which will then put them back, of course, in our range. We'll have be able to conjure just about every match.
You know, we're getting a good range of people running through on the stream as well. So, I mean, you're down to, I think it's what, still 31 and 32 down there?
Yep. Yeah, we were kind of locked in on that pair for a bit. That's
that pair's doing pretty well right there. The top 2 are Hooper and Watcher.
Thank you. I was going to say Mr. Watcher.
Yep.
He bowled singles this morning.
Yep. That didn't help Hooper too much. Big 4. No, maybe not. 4 split. It's in the 7th, but Allen's still on for 279. Still a good score going for the team over there.
So Nick and Brandon Coombs on 39 and 40. Got 2 plus 37, 247 already in the books for the squad of York and Beard. Beard is going to finish in the 250s, or can, and will.
Yep.
I didn't do one good thing the whole game. I just made 4-7-10.
How about that? We missed it.
That's terrible, dude. I can't get the ball to go through. It's not 240 over here. You know, this game's lost.
4-7-10 was just off to the left there from Jeremy Thomas.
Yeah.
37-38 was kind of iffy to start. We had a couple players over there struggle a little bit early, but it seems like the strike train is back on board on 37 and 38.
David Hooper covered that split over there. So they're still on for a good game. 60-90 go 59 and 79 up there.
That's who?
That is David Hooper, I believe, and Alan Watcher.
All right. Let's see.
And then 31 32, 29 30, 27 28. Someone's running pretty good down there. 240, 250 down there. Not sure what his partner's on for. My eyes are not as good as they used to be.
On cue, this is Alan Watcher on the left of your screen.
Good shot. Chad Roberts and Arner are still going over there. You've got Chad on front 3, 9 spare strike. It looks strike again and 9 spare.
Yeah, so he's got 250 left.
And Arner looks like he has gone 9 spare, 6 in a row.
So he's got 79 left. Barring anything wild in game 3, they're going to be in the top 8.
Yeah, I'd say so.
They're almost done with 2 games. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that for you, Nora.
Yeah, looks like it's going pretty good over there. Trying to see anything else there.
A cool question about lane talk in the chat. You guys might get lane talk potentially in the future.
We actually, my wife does a lot of work in the back office here for any of the leagues and tournaments and promotions in general. And she's actually got that pretty much all set up. It's just really finalizing
How about that?
the pieces on there to make sure that it's going. So hopefully early next week that should all be up and running. It's taken a lot longer than what we would have wanted it to.
Well, Alex, that was a good question. We got your answer there.
Great question.
It does sound like it's on the way.
Yep.
I think it's on the way probably for a lot of bowling centers, especially those with a high traffic of leagues, and certainly tournament bowling.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, it's a really good feature for them to have. I mean, like I said, we obviously haven't worked with it here yet, but I've seen it in action for other facilities and talked to a lot of different people in the industry about it, and you know, it's definitely something that's universally liked.
Without question. And in my other roles, working on well, recently I just did an event at the PBA Tour, Mount Prospect. But since really October, maybe November, there was some integration with Lane Talk and what Bowl TV, not Bowl Stream TV, but Bowl TV is doing.
Right.
And with Bowl TV being, or Lane Talk being a USBC partner, and obviously the PBA gets a lot of their stats, all of their stats actually.
Right,
from Lane Talk.
Awesome.
And so I've seen it work, and I got a chance to work with it within a streaming medium earlier this month at a PWBA regional at Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. The technology was there. There's some brief stuff to integrate into, depends on the software that you're using to stream. But it was solid. And if you've watched Bowl TV recently, you'll see again that Lane Talk integration worked well. So definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I mean, a lot of people have asked for it. It's not that we haven't wanted to do it or had an interest. It's just making sure that everything's done, and getting everything going how we need it to. So, yeah, hopefully sometime soon.
Thanks for your question, Alex. Chris Hester asking for a ride already. He does not like driving in whatever is happening outside, which hopefully is not too wild. I didn't mean to bring any snow with me from the Chicagoland area.
I think you did. I haven't seen it in like all winter.
It's been like that at home too. It's been an unusually kind of clean winter, if you will.
That's a plus.
Yeah, it's always a plus. Groundhog Day, I guess, was nice too, right?
Yeah.
See early spring coming up. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to. I mean, I knew I was going to make it, but there was supposed to be a little bit of a storm working its way through or toward Chicago when I was on the way out, but maybe it pivoted and decided to make it go around and come up to Louisville instead.
Yeah, well, we hope that it doesn't pivot too much and we just get the outside of it, and then the rest just happily rolls away. So.
All right, you see what's on the screen, folks. There was some, unfortunately, that team of Mr. Hooper and
Watcher,
yeah, the another 6 split and then the missed 10 pin, or I'm sorry, missed single pin, excuse me. But there is an opportunity there to still salvage that game. Hitting the thumbs up would certainly be appreciated. Thank you to Chris Hester. Appreciate all of those who have tuned in tonight. Again, we've got 3 games, so relatively quick pace. Certainly not as quick as singles, but relatively quick.
Yeah, definitely quicker than normal. I mean, when we're down a couple of teams, you know, I say a couple loosely, really, because it's more than that, but you know, it's definitely going to expedite the pace when the majority of pairs have 3 on a pair or right at it, and some of them have 2 out there, so definitely going to make things a little bit quicker.
And then we'll have the top 8.
Top 8? Yeah, we'll have the top 8 over here. All right. Yeah, we go to 8 teams after this. So cut to the top 8, then it goes to Baker's. That's 2 out of 3. A little bit different than on the singles because we normally switch those back over to fresh for the finals. But you know, being that we took up all the lanes here, running across, they'll just continue to go through the burn throughout the round to round to round.
Yeah, last year was fun. Chris Hester is in the building, in the chat. I feel like he and Jalen Mosley made the top 8 last year, I feel.
Yeah.
And maybe even made to the round of 4.
I think they were in the final last year.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Yep. But I think it was Chris and Jalen against Cam and Jarrell.
And Cam and Jarrell won.
Yes.
I just remember Cam and Jarrell, and I don't remember who they were bowling, but it may have been their round of 8 match, and it was intense.
Was that AJ and Gene?
I don't know, but it was that sounds right though, because it was a battle of lefties.
Yes.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Well, there was some plenty of opportunity to put up some big scores here.
You still got big scores going up with Chad and Arner over there.
Okay, so Chad did finish with 279.
No, I think that's Arner. That's Arner.
Oh,
Chad,
you are correct.
Chad's
You are
still
correct.
finishing.
All right, so Arner finishes. So Arner's going 265, 279 to start.
Yeah. And I think that's 250. 250 something for Chad?
Yeah, it'll be 258
Yeah, that's not too shabby.
with maybe a look at a different ball on the field.
Nothing like 537 for your doubles game.
Yeah, and they shot, what did I say? They shot 65, 250 plus. So for Chad, that's back-to-back 250s. I don't remember game one specifically, but I know it was 250 plus. So, yeah, that's.
And you said Arner did what, 260
he
something?
shot 265.
So, you know, they're 520, 530.
I'm going to say that they're in the lead after 2 games.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe.
Just a hard guess.
Yeah.
So, Nora, if you're still watching, I got you. They're probably leading after 2. And as long as certainly they keep pace and or don't give too many back, the likelihood of them reaching the top 8 tonight is very
Pretty good.
high.
Yeah, pretty good. So you had Alan Watcher and David Hooper. David makes up for his open in the 9th, double 8 count, and then unfortunately looked like Alan missed a single pin spare there. Still not a bad doubles game. I mean, 447. Not sure what they did the first round.
Of course, with 52 lanes, and we are settled in, and of course on the high end of the building. And this is where a lot of the action will take place for the Bradley, especially as we get into the finals on Sunday. But there's been some scores on the low end, and that's what folks also discuss, the varying differences amongst the house as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think any larger facility, probably nationwide, probably has a little bit of variance in how they play from one end of the facility to the other. You know, here's no different. I think the low end of the house for me always tends to play a little bit tighter than the higher. You know, we have a larger contingent of our league bowlers that start from lane 52 downwards. So a little bit different, but I see a lot of good scores in this house all across it, typically. Again, loads of different opinions from loads of different people, but fortunately, you know how the lane jumps are. There's a lot of people that, especially for the Bradley, they'll see a variable lane skip, so they'll see different parts or quadrants of the house. This one, not so much. You're only skipping one pair to the right, so if you kind of land in the middle, you're kind of staying there. If you're on an end, or if you're on 49 and 50, you're going to also see 1 and 2. So
shout out to Kim Eisen checking in, saying hello to both of us.
Hey, Kim.
Just FYI.
Kim will love me for saying this. She could have been out here tonight and got her 300 pin. Still waiting on it for her.
Did she shoot 300 here?
She hasn't yet. She keeps telling me she's going to.
Maybe. Well, she wanted me to bowl.
I think she can do it. I think she's just like giving people a false sense of security out there.
Just setting us up. That's what it is.
I think so.
Okay.
Now, I did joke with her and say, look, if she shoots 299 or something, I can always shave the head of the pin off, you know, and say just short and put 299 by it for her. She likes her 300 pins better now. I mean, before it was the clear coat ones, now they're black and red.
Are those like specifically from or what you guys give out here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds dope. Black and white pins? Okay.
Yep.
Bowler HQ checking in. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. It's a little weird for me to, not weird, but I'm so used to being, when I'm in a different time zone, it's never forward for me. It's always backwards because I'm always on the West Coast. And so this week I'm actually moved an hour ahead. So every
Ahead
time
of
I
time
look
for once.
yeah, it's weird. Every time I look at the clock, I'm like, oh, what time is it? And then I look at my phone. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm not 2 hours back this time. And I'm always trying to figure out where am I watching. What time are my kids going to sleep?
Yeah.
So I don't miss their call.
My little one right now will not go to sleep. So 5 o'clock in the morning is
Yeah, I heard
regular
about
sleep
that.
time.
I heard about that.
That's what you have when you have a wide range of kids. So in terms of age gaps.
Quick final shot here on 33 and 34. And it looks like just about everybody here on the high end will be complete with game 2 here in a second.
Yep.
Oh, Todd. Hey, Todd. Hope all is well. Been following your journey. And I know you've been keeping folks updated from the health perspective. So I hope you're doing good. It sounds like you are. Thanks for everything you do, my man. We have to stick together. Live streamers.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's see who we haven't seen this group. 31 and 30 or through 34. DJ again. You saw him earlier during singles. So if you're on 31 now, which means you came from 27.
So you got Emmanuel Gilliam right now shooting his spare on 32.
Well, look at you knowing everybody.
Wayne Jakes just came off of 31.
Oh, we got Wayne down here on 35 and 36 too. Boy, he lit him up earlier today.
Yeah. And then you now have on 31 and 32, you now have Devin Hooper, who is David Hooper's son, following him up over there. Two-hander. Bowling with Charlie Smith on the left. Oop. Nothing like leaving the 9-pin.
You sound like someone who's left their fair share.
Couple. Tyler Slayball up on 33.
He had a nice little run today as well. Finished or qualified 8th singles. And then won his round of 8 match. In fact, beat the #1 seed. And Scott Sparks earlier. And then lost to...
Was he bowling Nolan? I think he bowled Nolan.
Yep, he did. On 35 and 36, actually.
Yep. And so you got Justin Ward up right now on 34 and Jeremy King on 33. Jonathan Cummins up on 37-38. We were talking about him briefly earlier. You were talking about when Sean Rash won the singles. He beat Jonathan in the final.
Yeah, I was saying, he didn't. It's the first time I didn't see him bowl singles since I've been involved in the tournament.
Yeah.
He struck a lot. I mean, some people just have that ball roll, that ability to just strike. He's one of those players.
Yeah. It's Benji Hall coming off of 34. Aaron Martin here on 36. Jeff White on 35. trying to see how far. Back to you. Constantly ask questions right now.
Well, I mean, you are the man, so questions are vital.
I prefer to be the man behind the scenes pulling the strings. So,
Daniel and I, Daniel joined us for game one.
yeah.
And we were talking about, or he mentioned the advent of course, the side events, if you will, that have been added to the tournament.
Yeah.
How many years have you had now a doubles shootout?
So we introduced a double shootout originally at Eastland. I'd say, so we've been in Louisville for Bradley for 5 years. Prior to that, obviously at Eastland. At least 3 years there, I want to say. At least 3, so 8, 9 years for doubles. I'd have to definitely check it out. And it originally, it wasn't the most well-received idea.
Really?
Yeah. More so from, and it was never anything negative. It was more so a discussion with the ownership at the time. At Collins Bowling Centers about, what we could continue doing. And there were 2 shifts at the single shootout. It probably averaged about 30, maybe 40 people a shift, or 40 on one and 20 on another. So, to me, it wasn't, for me, it just wasn't the best turnout. And I always have been a big advocate for doubles. You're automatically increasing your participation by the amount of people that are turning out. You got more people to get in. It increases everything all the way around. And really, it's been quite successful ever since. I mean, I think the first year we did it, we had like maybe 50 teams.
Wow.
But it was still a better turnout than what we would have had from the 2 shifts of the single shootout. So, yeah, 8, 9 years, always well participated, anywhere between 50 on the low end when we started it to right at 100. And then we reintroduced the single shootout 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And again, I think I mentioned it earlier. Kurt Pelon was the one that brought it up to me. He'd mentioned a lot of guys getting into town looking for something to do. We put it together, and that's what brought that together as well. So, it turned in from just the Bradley Open to
that Japanese guy is the best. It's a really good one. You gonna say something to me? No? Don't work?
I didn't know. You weren't talking to me.
I'm gonna give you a hard time. Yeah, you can work.
Yeah, I mean, it turned into what it is now, right? It's turned into a more Bradley weekend of events than it is just the Bradley Open. And even though that's the centerpiece of what happens for the weekend, it's still more events now. So, we had the opportunity to obviously name the singles after, an important local bowler in the state of Kentucky, and a lot of bowler that a lot of people probably still know or recognize nationwide in Mike Fairchild. To be able to honor his memory for that and bring that in for this weekend of events, that's great. The doubles, the same way. It's a good, fun event, prequel to the main event. Greatly participated, scores are good, payouts good. And then we get into the grind of what tomorrow starts, And so for people that have never seen or watched or viewed the event before, they will not expect to see the scores as high as they are today, and they will not expect to see the ball turn as much as it is right now.
Sure. In the booth with Jason Utchwall. You're the tournament director of the Bradley Open and this wonderful Bradley Open weekend as we jumpstart our wonderful weekend here on Friday. A little bit of a different change. I was looking at, and I knew the date was going to change because you told me that last year, right after the tournament was over. But it's all been a little strange because I'm like just not used to the Hoosier being on the day that it was, which was last week, and then you had to move your date, of course, because of the NBA All-Star Game or weekend, which is now happening right now on the other four-letter word network.
Yeah, I mean
I was looking at my calendar though. The Bradley was next weekend.
Yeah.
Last year. It was like in the 22nd through the 24th or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing as well for us. We've moved the date a little bit in February. Super Bowl weekend. Next weekend last year, this weekend this year. You know, for me especially, I don't like to run into a situation where we're so-called running over anyone else's event. You know, but it's such a minefield out there nowadays with all the different events that are going on each weekend.
February's become a difficult month.
Yeah, very much so. You know, and
it's a good thing for bowling, but obviously as a tournament director, it could be a little stressful.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you know, we've still got, while this is running now, the TAT's going on in Vegas.
Right.
So, you know, some of the people cross both events. I'm not going to say it's a constant switch over of bowlers that come here in comparison to bowlers that go there, but we do have switch over bowlers. I've probably got 10 guys there that are this year, that are at the TAT this year that were here last year. And, you know, that's what they've expressed to me that they would be doing each year. They would come here one year and go to the TAT the next. And, you know, I'm not mad at that, you know. I think there's a lot of people out there that constantly believe that people should move or shift or navigate off weekends. And as much as I would prefer to navigate as many as I could, that unfortunately doesn't always happen. You know, last year we pivoted a little bit and, you know, made a move early based on a conflict
Skip, you have it.
Okay, folks, let me know if you can hear me. That was fun. We love live streaming. All right, so now that I can talk to you, I can tell you that, actually no, 35 and 36. But since we're here, we'll watch Tyler's shot. And at the bottom of your screen, that was Alan Watcher, who just left a stone cold 8-pin. He was looking at 280. Partner was looking at 256. They could have made a run, especially after the last two games. Okay, all right. I think we figured it out. Oh, technology. Might have to rerun that power cable though. Might be a project for a post match play tonight or very early in the morning. All right, thank you for your patience. As in our area, Game 3 is certainly coming to an end. Now, if you joined us or you didn't join us during the singles event, there was a little bit of time in between the end of Game 3 and when the scores were announced. But I will be keeping the stream live right here for you. Watcher missed the single pin there at the bottom of your screen. Jonathan Cummins putting together a nice game. Yes, Todd, you know the deal. Sometimes experience does indeed help. Starting to get a little serious here on 35 and 36. Let's kind of go. Let's go a little full screen. Could be a charge to the potential leaderboard here. Curious what Watcher shot though. they may not have enough. It looks like they had a tough first game. That might be the difference in them advancing. As far as, if you recall, we were talking about R.R. Johnson and Chad Roberts. They had to be in the lead after 2. They were just that dominant. And they moved down to 47 and 48, and I'm still seeing strikes. So I would be shocked if they're not in the top 8, and I'd be shocked if they weren't the #1 seed when we get to that point, which will be coming up shortly. Wayne Jakes, who was at some points dominant early. Derek, great question. I do not. And I think because of the fast-paced action, we did not have a cut this morning as well. So we all kind of hung on and tried to figure out who might have a chance. Very difficult to do, certainly this time. Looks like our guy Jeremy Thomas trying to put together something nice over there. Jeremy shot 227. His partner shot 255. Bluegrass is Brandon. Let's see. Let's see. 37, 33. They were started on 29. That is Brandon Swanson. Tyler and Justin finished at 259, 192. 259, 192 this game, so that's going to be plus 51. Well, you never know. Jonathan Cummins putting his squad in position potentially. They are working, and some of the support here in the back suggests that they might have a chance. Again, Tyler and Justin got to plus 51 that game, 259, 192 respectively there, Scott. Paul, thank you for, again, joining us. Cummins. throwing what looks to be a Venom Shock. I saw an interesting conversation about Venom Shocks on social media today. Perhaps it could be, or the question was is it one of the, or the best ball that's been released in the last 20 years? It was an interesting conversation over on the Book of Faces. (38-26). I'm thinking Jonathan Cummins and crew may have a little bit of things to say about what's about to take place here in this top 8. All right, final shots. Dylan Vaughn bowling with Harry Cross the third, and Dylan's going to be in the 2. Well, strike will put him at 270 even. Will that be enough? Hey, Sam. All right, so everybody minus the high end. Let me go turn the camera real quick. Hang tight. All right.
No more bowling for me. What was that after one?
Now this is Lena's time. Yeah. These are some of the final groups bowling here on the high end. And Nora is still watching. Looking for Chad. I think, no, Chad and Arnar, I think, are done. They're definitely in the top 8 without question. Yeah, Scott, I don't have their total, though. I did just speak to Anthony Nyer. He and his partner, I think he bowled with Tim Foy today. But he got to plus 215, I believe he said, 240, something like that. Could be enough. Jeremy Thomas, what happened out there? Let's ask him. Let's ask Jeremy Thomas. What happened out there?
Huh?
What happened out there?
No, can't hear you. Which one? This one? Talking about game 2?
Yeah, well, no, just in general.
Game 2, I made a 4-7-10.
Yeah, we saw.
No, honestly, that was my only bad game. I bowled 238, 237. So, I mean, just that middle game.
You shot 220 here, right? Or was I looking at the wrong?
No, yeah, 227. 230, 238, 170, 230. The game right here, I didn't have I don't know, I kept flat 10ing and tried 2 different balls, and both were bad choices. I went split, and then went back to the other ball and started out open and did all right after that. But it didn't really matter. My partner bowled pretty good. I think my partner had 230, 220, 250, 250.
Who'd you bowl with?
Tony Cox. So I let him down. But we were even talking about it. Even if we still wouldn't have made it. If I shot 700, I don't think we would have got there.
Well, I mean, it sounded like, you know, I just guesstimated based on what happened this morning. You know, 1440 seemed like just a good number to be around. It might be a little bit lower than that, honestly.
Yeah. I know that Chad Roberts and his partner,
they're lined up.
They had like, are they done or still bowling?
They're done. I don't know what they finished with down there.
Well, they were 540 and 530.
Correct.
Yeah, so they're.
Yes.
Dino and Corbin looked like they did pretty good.
Looks like 1 and 2, maybe 3 and 4 still bowling. 23, 24, 25, 26 maybe still bowling.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really hard, to be honest with you. I just made a couple bad ball changes at the wrong time. And haven't bowled much lately, I told you. I'm not bowling much right now, so. But spare shooting, I missed 2 10 pins that second game. But you're not going to win if you're not striking, so it doesn't really matter.
It's Christie who's bowled both events today, singles and doubles out there. As they finish up game 3, and then I think everyone on the high end will be officially done. And then we'll have the top 8, but again, there will be some time, hopefully not too much, but it's probably going to be at least 10 to 15 minutes to ensure all scores are complete, triple checked, and official before we get into the top 8. We'll have at least access to 6 of the 8 matches in the first round in regards to totals and what lanes we'll be using. Yeah, Bluegrass, I didn't hear any I didn't hear of any 300s either. Did you hear about 300s today?
I did not. You mean on the doubles?
Yeah.
No, to be honest with you, I think there was a lot of 250s and 260s.
There were a lot of 250, 260 games.
Like
some
I said,
opportunities at 270 games.
Yeah, they weren't hard, but they definitely weren't easy. Like they were, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like it wasn't like you had to throw it great, but the corner pins were tough. And it looked like a lot of people are having that problem. I mean, when you're seeing a lot of 240s, 250s, that's obviously probably what they're leaving is a lot of single pins. I'll be interested to see how AJ and Gene finish because they were doing okay, but they had to finish on 1 and 2. A little bit tough down there.
And they're still wrapping it up right now.
Yeah, I know they didn't start out great that game. They had a spare and an open, so I know, like I told you earlier, 1, 2, 3, 4, tough down there.
Did they have to get down? So if you get down to 49 or 50, you make that walk today?
I believe so.
Okay.
It looked like he was skipping 1 pair.
Yeah, they definitely skipped a pair.
Yeah, I caught, I think 37-38 was my bad game. I don't know. It is what it is.
It happens.
You feel bad when you let your partner down when they shoot 720. But like I said, I shoot 720. I still don't think we get there. But maybe. I do know 2 teams that are probably over 1,500 for sure. Would be my guess is Dino and Corbin. Because I know Dino had 30, 30, 70. And I think Chris had a pretty good set too. A couple of the guys we were talking, they were getting a little bit frustrated down there of the 3 games. You know, it's a sprint.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you bowl 1-2 team, you're pretty much.
This is the definition of a sprint.
Yeah. And I told him, I said, look, the design of this tournament, not taking up for anyone. This is just to come out the night before, have a good time, something to bowl. You know, there is money involved, obviously, but it's not a big time money tournament. So 3 games is fine. then you get to the, you know, if you bowl any more than that, you're going to be here all night. But yeah, 3 games is tough.
Nice finish by Paul Eston. Jacob Rowan finishing up too.
174 last game.
You go to the end?
Yeah, 3 and 4. Ball just bounced.
Yeah, 3 and 4. Yeah, AJ and them bowled bad too, huh?
They bowled on 1 and 2. They weren't doing bad, but they weren't carrying. We'll probably, I don't know where we stand
Tonight?
right now.
Oh, we don't have any standings.
No.
Did you shoot 300 second game?
Yeah,
Oh,
51 and 52.
Oh, Jerry Mars shot 300. So we have at least one confirmed 300.
That's how I knew you had a lot of them.
All right, so we got Jerry Mars in the books. That's Steve Fisher, by the way.
A or B spot. I'll be on A. I'll be. I got to.
Steve Fisher walking them out down there too. Brett Shepard's also on that pair.
Yeah, I bowl at 8:30. I got to hit my ball with some surface. A lot. I think I figured
And
out what I was doing wrong.
Brett is done in 10th frame. Definitely still bowling down on 1 and 2. So we got about 6 pair total.
I didn't play any brackets though, so I went 230, 170, 230.
I'm hoping I can sneak by 1 or 2. Reverse, I probably not much about it all. Not many people shot on it, so.
I don't think DJ.
Appreciate those hanging out. We had a brief power core technical difficulty. So for those of you who remain patient, thank you so much.
It wasn't like you had to be perfect, but it just was hard to get them out.
35 and 36, I was 35, I was 25.
You bowled well, huh? I know too. He beat me. You and Tony would have bowled together. You'd be okay.
Top 8 cut will be next. I'll throw that on the screen so again to make you aware we're not going off the air.
But as much as I'm bowling right now, you should probably.
A lot of folks starting to make their way out of the building and prepare themselves for the task at hand, which is certainly the Bradley as it begins officially at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. First squad will hit the lanes. Make sure you have the your notifications here turned on so you can know when we go live. We'll be live as long as the weather cooperates and everyone is good at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.
I mean, would you shoot 740? And would you shoot this morning? 710 this morning. Yeah, yes. What do you do? Average 60.
239 this morning.
Final shots being thrown.
239 for AK. It's 250 tonight.
I had one bad game in the middle.
So Bluegrass, I don't know if you heard me, but there was one 300 that we know of. Now it's Jerry Mars. So shout out to Jerry. I was repping Chicagoland and putting together. He runs a lot of tournaments in the area, helps run a lot of tournaments in the area. B Squad, according to all of the info regarding or on Facebook and the Bradley Open, begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So squads are 8:30 a.m. Eastern and 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Squads A and B. There's also a re-entry squad, which is a quick 2-game sprint. So if you bowl in either A or B, you're eligible for re-entry.
All right, so that was interesting. He told me that that was Brandon Coombs from this morning. He shot 750 this morning, 750 tonight.
Wow.
He's partnered in bowled 620. But he said that Nolan White and Kevin McCune, 560 game 3.
Okay.
To get to 1470.
That's probably in. That's in. So
which means they were way out of the cut.
Yeah, that's true.
So they went 160 over to get they got it all in one game, basically. A little bit more.
1470s should be, yeah.
That's 490 a game. That's what I shoot for. I told Tony I think anything under 490 you're probably going to miss. But like you said, you never know. You got guys like Brandon who shoot 750.
I mean, it might have been a 1500. I mean, Arnold Johnson and Chad Robbins may have 1500. Their score is still up too, actually.
Is that are they
the
third screen?
They're on 40. I believe they finished on 47, 48. They're like the third monitors from the end. I can't tell what that is from here.
There's a lot of strikes down there. 250, 220 maybe. 240, yeah. This it right here?
Yeah, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, maybe 220, 230, and 250 maybe. And they were already, yeah, they got 1,500, I would assume.
Again, A squads will be at 8:30 a.m. EST. B squad will be at 12:30 p.m. EST.
Yeah, we got the top 50 moving on from. I'm going to bowl the A squad in the morning.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get it out of the way. Then I have to go to work, and then I'll be back if I make it.
What time are you on call, or you have to?
No, I have to go in tomorrow.
Okay.
12 o'clock, and then till 7. But I'm going to take my lunch break out the door instead of going early. But that's all right. We're going to have fun. That's all that matters.
So right now, folks, it looks like 3 and 4, or maybe 1 and 2 finishing up. That's the final pair.
Yeah.
Which makes sense as you got to make your way all the way down from the high end to the low end and that long walk.
Yeah, and it's a tough pair, so there's probably some low scores being shot down there. If I had to guess, probably some low scores being shot. But
do you think AJ and Gene may have a chance potentially?
you know, I don't know. I know the second game, I want to say they had about 500-ish game 2. Game 1, I'm not sure. When I went down there earlier, because I was looking for someone else, I saw like strike a spare open for one and spare for the other. So slow start, but did my man ever come and get his drink?
You know, so I was telling Daniel this during game 1. We were talking about cut scores for round 1. Oh, I'm sorry, singles this morning, beg your pardon. And I mentioned Cody, and I was like, I don't know if Cody ever got his beverage.
I personally don't know who he is.
I do not know either.
So he would have to come up and tell me, because I don't even know what he looks like. Unless we can maybe go to the old Facebook. Is it Cody Powell?
Poole.
Cody Poole.
Poole with an E on it.
We got 82 mutual friends. This is probably him.
Yeah.
Well, he might be standing right behind us.
Dad, how about that?
And that might be our guy, Cody Poole.
I think so.
He might be waiting for his drink.
This would be incredible, actually. He very well might be.
Maybe he's watching the stream. Let's see. Cody, come tap me on the shoulder for your drink.
AJ Rice is finishing up. It looks like he's going to have the last ball to be thrown on 1 and 2.
You gonna put the house shot back out with the Trios? I don't know what the fuck this one is. How'd you bowl? You bowl anything? Don't laugh at me.
I beat you.
You probably beat me.
I saw you throwing red dots. No, I shot. What'd I say I shot?
230.
230.
170. 227.
What is that?
620 something.
620. I need to know. Like right on. What'd you say?
30, 36.
236.
170. 227.
That was 06, and then so you're what, 26, 27?
633.
Huh?
33.
33.
Sounds like I beat the beard.
Yeah, you beat somebody.
How'd the backer do?
No, I didn't beat you. I was close. He wasn't far ahead of me.
The last pair left, by the way, folks, is 1 and 2.
But you seen me, like,
That's
when I bowled the trios,
essentially who we're waiting on.
Like a lefty.
They, I was telling him earlier, I was telling Emil, they were playing, they're easy, but they're not easy. I don't know if that makes sense. The shot is fine. It's getting the corners out. It was just because your angles.
Forces you into too steep of an
Right. The angle was the hard part. The shot was not the hard part. It was just how you had to play it. So flat 10s a lot.
But I mean,
I stoned a couple 8-pins.
but I mean, you've watched me bowl out here enough.
Can you do me a favor? Me and Zimmer are looking for action. Doubles, just right-handed.
Right-handed, y'all got some rules. You might as well let the lefties bowl. They ain't got no fucking. I just shot 620.
I just shot 6. Oh,
I beat you too. Say it.
I'm 3-0. Oh, I'm 3-0 versus you now. I'm 3-0 now.
No, 633. Yeah, once they do this,
All right, 1 and 2. Well, they had to be about 5 frames behind on 1 and 2. That's the last pair. And it sounds like some folks are looking for action here tonight. Looking for some action matches. Steve Zimmer. Good to see Steve Zimmer back in Louisville on a regular basis. Osen, bowling is not over yet. Qualifying is almost over.
we got action match. Action. Y'all talking about action on here?
I don't want to get it. I'm not worthy to get it. I'm just saying.
All right, so my man J-Mo wants me to be his partner in an action match against somebody. I might have to take him up on it. Me and him versus 2 people. I don't know who those 2 people. We got to have some restrictions, though, right?
I mean,
Like
it's action.
Like a pro and an amateur.
Yeah. I mean, you could do that. It's tonight. Or they want it to be
Yeah,
tonight.
he wants to bowl after this.
Okay.
Usually that was kind of a thing after the Bradley. There was action matches everywhere. It was more big in Lexington than it was when it came here.
Okay.
And now it's kind of not happened, but sometimes later in the night. I mean, it would go till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. They'd shut the ball. They would just leave the bowling alley open. 500 a man. But it's kind of hard to turn down Jalen when he asked me to bowl.
Well, absolutely. So are there any other potential parameters or what y'all looking at?
He said he doesn't want to bowl any lefties.
So we're going righty, 2 righty.
Bowler HQ, is that my man Todd McGill?
Yes.
How you doing, Todd? I credit that man for everything that I do. He helped me from day one and never got jealous or a hater and every time I have a question for him, he's there. Whenever doesn't matter. We're not competitors. I tell him that all the time. I got his guys, he's got my guys. We try to do our best not to go against. Sometimes you can't help it, we try. But he's a good man. I'm sure we could find some action. Have to see how my brackets go first. Well, I might get a 0, but my partner, I mean, 230, 250, 250, we might get some money back.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because we played 100 each on doubles, and then we put all of the singles on him.
Okay.
So my games didn't matter except for our doubles.
So you saw this ahead of time. You foreshadowed this.
Well, he throws the ball a lot better than me. First off. But I'm kind of trying to figure out who I should get an action match against. Because if I say my name, they're all going to come for me. Easy money. But I'll tell you, last year, I told you this was my 1 year. Actually, I didn't drink anything today, but this was my 1 year that I will have a few drinks. And last year, I maybe had a few too many, and they got me to pot bowl, and I made someone come down and got me, so they need one for doubles, and so someone paid for me to play, and I walked down there and I threw a split on my first shot and went off the sheet to beat everybody. Didn't even know how much we were playing for, and the guy hands me $1,000. So we split it, 500 apiece, and I didn't even know how much we were playing for. But it worked out. I think I bowled 279.
That sounds good.
Jalen wants to bowl on my team. He wants to bowl with me, not against me. I would take Jalen against me too.
Well, I think it's impressive that he actually bowled.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so 1 and 2 is finally done.
And there was no stipulations on how much either for him. I said 100, and he said whatever.
Well, there you go.
Who should we challenge? Because we probably have to challenge someone, right?
I mean, I think you just put it out there. But you might have to. You might have to.
1 and 2 was rough.
Ian Perez just came over and said, what did he say? Or lanes 1 and 2.
Or wow, is what he said. Hard.
Yeah. Daniel Ferris was in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry, in the booth. Game 1, and also mentioned 1 and 2 was not kind, generally speaking.
If it tells you anything, I do not use 1 and 2 in any tournament that I run here. A lot of people get upset about the end pairs. 51 and 52 is probably the best pair in this building, which hence Jerry Mars shooting 300 on that
He
pair.
shot 300 on that pair?
Yes. Everybody always says, I don't want the end. I promise you want the end here. Now, when you got the big jumps, obviously, but
right,
you can get some score there. What's the number? That's the question.
No idea right now.
We have no idea. If you hear all the way that, if you ever notice when they ask me these questions, it's because I use the app and the brackets, everything, and they're spoiled. They're spoiled. That's all there is to it.
So Jerry did come over earlier. He's talking about 300. And so Jerry shot 300. I don't know what he and his partner shot. He and TP, actually.
He didn't seem like you went 100 over. He bowled 170 the last game, he said. I didn't hear what he said they got to. He said, Todd said, challenge my sister and the guy that I just bowled doubles with. I should probably challenge, even though I can't beat the guy, I should give him a chance, is Jonathan Cummins.
Hey, he can bowl.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying I'm better than him, but
I'm just telling you he can bowl.
That's who I struck out and beat when I didn't know, and I may have went Brooklyn on my last shot to beat him.
This was last year?
Yeah. So I probably should give him a chance to get even with me, because he just looked at me and threw his hands up, and he didn't know who I was, and I didn't know who he was. And when I found out, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he lit him up during singles the last 2 years. He did not bowl singles today.
No, it was last year. He bowled great. I wasn't familiar with him, but I got familiar with him after that, and he can.
You messed around and found out.
Yeah, luckily I beat him,
even though he won.
Yeah,
you won. Really.
My claim to fame.
Folks, we're just waiting for the top 8 number to be announced. We'll know which 8 doubles teams are going to advance to the bracket match. Plays going to be best 2 out of 3 in each match. And then the format's going to flip to Baker doubles. So it's going to be a little bit of a faster paced match play final, or bracket, if you will. And it'll be best 2 out of 3 actually throughout the entire finals, as opposed to what we saw this morning with the singles, which was just best 2 out of 3 for the final match.
And unlike this morning, there will be no fresh pairs in play.
Right.
All of it's on the burn. We used the whole house tonight, so.
I tell you, you said it earlier, but well, Matt Zweig just walked down here. He still got his bowling shoes on.
Who's this?
Matt Zweig,
Okay.
who is he's just walking by. I see Jordan Asberg, so that means that Matt Zweig and whoever he bowled with, let's see, is probably in the number. Matt just dropped his stuff off near 33 and 34. But while there was some high scores, I just felt like they were more intermittent.
Yeah, it was a lot of one guy bowl good, one guy doesn't, and it was a lot of 230s, 240s, 250s versus the big 770s like this morning. So, you know, I prepared myself for 1470 ish. It could be a little lower, but and I know there was less teams this year than normal. Usually there's around 100. I think Jason said they were around, what, 70?
Yeah.
You know, so it might be a little bit lower, but there's still a lot of good bowlers.
High quality.
Yeah.
Hello, Linda. I want to give a shout out to my the Williams family. Shout out to my wife, Shanice. And I'm sure my kids are watching, Enzo and Emil. It's bedtime very soon, but you get a chance to stay up late tonight.
Yeah, he looks like he feels pretty confident. He's got his bowling shoes on his pair.
Yeah, Matt's in.
We're going to take it that he's in.
And Jordan just said, good guess, LOL. So he's bowling.
Is that his partner?
No, that's his one of his coaching partner, former coach collegiately. Okay. And they also have a coaching business.
Oh, nice. I need
together
that.
in Arizona.
Okay.
So Matt bowled with Jason Miller, who is, I think Jason still lives in the Chicagoland area. So I'm just going to go ahead and check them off just to be safe.
Chad Roberts' team should be in.
Chad Roberts and Arnard Johnson definitely should be in.
They were like 250. No, I don't know. It was a lot. 530 and 520 the first two.
Yes, I mean they would have to, and they're.
And I know they were both in the mid 230, 200s. Nolan White's team, the last game, they're going to be close. They're going to be close.
Said Nolan and Kevin McCune. Then I saw Anthony Nyer. He's bowling with Tim Foy.
Yeah, he seems like he's pretty confident.
Plus 232. Okay.
So he's saying Fort.
Okay.
Does he know that?
I think so. Off the top of his head.
No confirmation though, right?
No confirmation.
Okay.
I believe your leaders are Anthony and AJ Floyd, plus 286.
I would think that Chad Roberts and them are over that.
Who did he say? Anthony who?
Tim Foy maybe? Anthony and Foy, does that sound right?
Oh, yeah, Anthony, yeah. Anthony, that's what I was just actually talking about. Yeah, Anthony was very confident about their number, but I don't remember what it was. So I do think they're in no matter what.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know Nolan and them said they got to 1470, so if he's close, I mean, that's 4 teams over 1470 already. I mean, I kind of want to challenge somebody really good. You know.
Well, who you got?
I don't know. They're all better than me.
So then everyone's in play.
Just get the mic and just who wants it.
Yeah, I think the only way to do it is to hop on the PA.
Yeah, I have that opportunity here. I did buy the microphone here for my tournaments because we had one that didn't work. But I'm just going to go buy my own. So now I just leave it and everybody uses it. Looks like the cut number may be coming up. My man is at the podium.
This is excellent. Great timing.
Let's see. Our guy off the top of his head said 1430. Is that what he was saying?
He said, yeah, Jason Miller said maybe 232 might be the cut number.
The top 8 will make your bracket final, but we will be paying out the top 13. So I'll start at 13 and work my way back. In 13th place, the last ball fight spot, the last Cashing spot, Jerry Mars, T.B. Peterson at 1397.
Okay. A little bit.
12, Gene Perez and A.J. Rice, 1426.
Yeah, it's going to be higher than that.
Wow.
11th, Brett Shepard, Steven Zimmer, 1431.
Well, it's going to be 1460 or higher.
10th, Matt Kuba, Michael Davidson at 1432. 9th, and the first out of the top 8 qualifying.
Oh, that just is a dagger.
Is Jeremy Coulter, Tony Preston, 1433.
Okay, so it didn't really go up that much.
Which means that your final 8 will consist of Jonathan Cummins and Tyler Weidmeyer at 8, 1438.
1438.
Daniel McClellan, 7th, 1439. Dino, Chris Corbin.
Well, I can't challenge Jonathan Cummins now. He's still bowling. All fun, Jonathan. I'm kidding.
Ken Crow, Brandon Bone, and 4th, 1468. Nolan White, Kevin McHugh, 3rd, 1470.
Wow.
2nd, Anthony Newer and Tim Foy, 1486.
Yeah, I told you I thought they were leaders.
First place qualifying is Arnold Johnson and Chad Roberts with 1530.
So only one team made it to 1,500.
I mean, it was inevitable that they didn't get there.
Made the top 13 that is not qualifying. We're working on your payouts. We'll have those done shortly. If you're waiting on brackets and jackpots, we're also working on those.
1530, your leaders, Arnold Johnson and Chad Roberts.
Assignments for your top 8.
You hanging out?
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as you don't care. Unless someone comes up and taps me that I got to go take somebody's money.
Arnold Johnson and Chad Roberts will be bowling number 8 seed. Jonathan Cummins and Tyler Widmeyer on lane 31 and 32.
What was the low cash spot? 13.
Low to cash was 1397. And 9th was 1433.
So
Number 2 seed. Number 2 seed, Henry Tim Foy will be going number 7 seed.
So it took 4.
On lane 39 and 40.
So like I said 490 a game. It was 478 a game to make the cut, which is not crazy, honestly.
Number 3 seed. Noah White and Kevin McHugh will be going number 6 seed.
Well, we've got some intriguing matchups here.
These are some studs.
44.
I have a feeling that his partner may be intoxicated.
And your number 4 seed, Cam Crow, Brandon Bone will be going number 5 seed, Jason Miller and Mans White on 35 and 36.
Yeah, Linda, my name is Jeremy Thomas. I run some local tournaments, and Emil let me come in and hang out with him. Hopefully we can do some good commentary with his lead, obviously, because he's the professional, and I'm the amateur, just like my bowling. Chris Hester asked me, I think, why am I not bowling singles earlier, and I told him, you'll see why, and tonight I shot 624. 624 pins is all I could get in 3 games.
All right, so I'm going to get a run at, there's a couple players that I don't know.
Looks like I see some of the guys I may know that are more local, like Tyler Weidmer.
That's actually one.
He bowls in some of my stuff. He's one of Todd McGill's guys. He's from that area with Nolan and
2 one-handed right-handers. Jalen and I. One-handed right-handers. If you're getting it going. I know you're doing your thing.
Did I get dumped by Jalen?
The request. Well, see, it sounded like to me that it was supposed to be.
It was those 2 first. I'm
Mosley,
kidding. Yes.
Zimmer,
and they want to bowl
the entire time.
They want to bowl no lefties, is what he said. And then he was kidding. He said he'd bowl with me, but he would bowl with me.
Hey, Alex, appreciate you tuning in. So the answer to your question is yes. So this is a doubles tournament. It is scratch, no handicap. And so 1530 was for 2 people. So each of those, or I should say that team averaged 765 per person, which is incredible. And they started out hot. There was no way that they were going to miss the top 8. It would have been literally just catastrophic if that had happened. Nair and Foy, 1486, that's second. I got to figure out, I think we got Miller and Zweig 5th, Bone and Crow were 4th.
Okay, so this is Brandon Bone right here, right?
That's Cam Crow, right?
Yeah, Cam. So he's bowling
But
with.
he is bowling with Brandon.
Okay, so I've never seen him bowl. That's Parker's son, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I've never seen him play. I heard he's pretty good. He's not the one. Is he the one that's bowling on tour right now? Or is that his brother?
Neither are bowling on tour.
Okay, I thought one of them was.
They're both in college.
Okay, okay. Cam's pretty solid.
Oh yeah, Cam. So Tyler, back to Tyler.
Tyler
Whitmire, is that correct?
I believe that's how you say it, correct. I do know he's from the Ohio area. He comes down with Jalen and those guys. He throws it pretty good. Some of these other guys I'm not familiar with. You're gonna. I mean, I know some of their names, obviously, based on their credentials. But kind of like last year, you have Nolan White. He is in. Is he? Yeah, he's in the final. He's in the top 8, just like this morning. He was in the top 8. So that's a good day for him.
You're going B squad tomorrow. Check-in starts at 11:30. A squad 7:30.
Got to match play 1438.
Right,
Load of cash.
Good luck. Good bowling.
Load of cash
was 1390.
1397.
And in my opinion, with the field that we're bowling, that's fair. But I think that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, how they were easy to play, but they were hard to knock them down.
Right.
I mean, because against this talent level, 1438's not crazy. Was that 720 a man? Roughly? 719?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. My partner gave me 720. That's not me.
Did you drill the ball? What ball? You don't work in the pro shop. You're not Brett. Oh my God, Brett works in the pro shop.
You know me.
I know you. Let me shut up. Oh my God.
I don't know how to drill balls.
That was great. That was great. That was great.
Well, that's the first for me.
That was great.
Cam doesn't know. He knows who I am. We bowled together. We bowled the Derby tournament together. He just thought I was Brett Shepard for a second.
He did. That he did. All right, so I'm gonna go move camera or two real quick.
Okay.
So I need you to hold it down for me for a second.
I got you. If anybody has any questions for us, I will answer them while Emil is gone. We have top 8 coming in. They are in practice. It looks like they're going to get 4 minutes of practice, it looks like. The top 8 is absolutely loaded, in my opinion. These are some phenomenal bowlers you're about to watch. If you're not familiar with some of them, you're about to get familiar with them because these guys are very good. Cam Crow is right here in front of us. He, I'm pretty sure, is a college All-American, Team USA, I believe. He is very good. You got Dan Higgins. You got Chad Roberts, Jonathan Cummins, Anthony Newer, Tim Foy. You got Kevin McCune. You got some great bowlers out here. Yeah, so if you have any questions about any of the players or any questions about what they're bowling right now, because this is going to be a little bit change in the format, you're going to go to Baker's. So if you are not familiar and you're just hopping in to watch, Baker's is now, so the tournament was individual qualifying for a team score. Thanks for joining, Paul. So this is going to change from where we bowled our qualifying games. We bowled 3 games of individual bowling for a 6-game total. Now we are bowling Baker's. So Baker's, I will find out about that, Linda, as soon as he comes back. I know he has multiple cameras, and I think he just switches back and forth. I'm not sure if there's a like an option where you can pick, but we're gonna find out here in just a second. The weather, it was fine earlier. It's cold. It started to sleet a little bit. I don't know what it's like out now. I haven't been out. I heard it's gonna be fine around 11, so we'll find out that question. Question was, is there a way to watch a different? No, so it's just when you switch over. Yeah, so there's your answer. I thought that was the case. 2 out of 3 Bakers, or 2-game total?
Best 2 out of 3.
Okay, so 2 out of 3 Bakers. So I was explaining to the people that may not be familiar with Bakers, you're going to bowl 1 frame, your partner's going to bowl 1 frame. So you bowl one, they're going to bowl 1 game on each lane, I would assume. And then if they need to go to game 3, they either switch back or get lane choice, I'm not sure.
It's just going to be switched back, I think, based on what we talked about earlier.
Yeah. I personally like giving the higher seed lane choice game 3, personally. I think you kind of earned that, maybe. But either way is fine. No advantage. I would say in Baker's, typically you can get on a roll and just get hot and just put a big score up real fast, or you can your partner, you could strike every ball and your partner in 10 pins for spares all day and you shoot 2-0. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. I wouldn't even begin to even make a guess who I think is going to win at this point. All 8 teams are pretty stout.
Well, let's see. I mean, I would say, well, you're right, first and foremost.
I mean,
you're right. Let's.
You got anywhere from PBA players to regional players to some of the top amateurs to some of the best house bowlers around. So I'm not familiar with Arnard. Is that Arnard Johnson?
Yeah, I'm not either. I believe he's from Sweden.
Well, I've watched him throw, so it might be Johansson, maybe not Johnson if he's from Sweden.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
But it is spelled
Johnson,
like Johnson without the H.
Yes. He's bowling with Chad Roberts, so I'm assuming he's pretty good. Would be my guess. Well, Austin, unfortunately, Jeremy bowled about as good as he bowled in league tonight. So, yeah. That's about the way my bowling went, just like league. Nothing changed. Not exactly sure what we're waiting on. Some guys have started, some haven't. Not really sure what some of the guys are waiting on. They may just be waiting to start. I'm not sure. Some of the guys down here have already started. Okay.
He's running to find out right now.
So I guess the question they're waiting on is to see, are they switching or are they bowling on the same lane? I think they're just going to bowl 1 full game. They're not going to be on opposite lanes. They're just going to bowl 1 on the right, 1 on the left. And then if they need a game 3, they're going to go back. So right here we have Brandon Bone and Cam Crow versus Matt Zwig, and I'm not familiar with his partner, but I think someone said Mr. Miller, I believe, is Jason Miller. Yeah, so that was the question that was being asked. That was so the delay down here where the guys were trying to determine if they were going to switch lanes, like each shot, like one guy on the left lane, one guy on the right lane, or are they going to be one full game on each lane? And that's what they're doing, one game on each lane. So Cam and Brandon will stay on lane 36 the whole game.
It should be just traditional Baker to that degree.
Yeah, that's what they got a late start. These guys wanted to make sure before they started.
Oh, of course, yeah. They had questions on 31 and 32 as well.
Yeah, but that is what we're doing. So they'll bowl the whole game on the left lane. And ooh, that's a tough break. The interesting thing about Bakers for me, and I know you do some college stuff, is the way that you don't have to wait on your opponent to throw a shot like you would in match play. So if you are a fast-paced team and you want to get up there and just go for it, you can do so. But that could also backfire if you throw some bad shots and the other team's like, oh, I don't need, so it's an interesting strategy. Oh, send it over.
For me, it's, wow, that's a terrible break.
Is that a 5-7?
That's a 5-7. Okay.
I'm sure if he wouldn't have got the 10-pin out there, that would have set the crowd on fire, huh?
That was intriguing. Not the start that Chad and Arnie Johnson, by the way. I told him by the end of the weekend I will have the.
So it is Johnson.
The correct pronunciation.
Arnie Johnson.
The way that he would say it in his native. Because that's how I roll. I like to say it the way it was intended to be said. I don't like to, especially from an international player's perspective.
Yes.
Always kind of have to Americanize things. No, I don't like to do that.
Oh.
With some tough breaks coming out the gates here.
7-10 and a stone 8 back-to-back for this team.
So here's what we're going to do, just so everyone is aware, right? We got 8 matches. There is one match that is out of our camera view, and it is the Nair Foy David Dino Corbin matchup.
Daniel Dino.
Oh, Daniel Dino, excuse me.
Dino. I do know that one. Chris Corbin.
And Chris Corbin. We don't have that match.
They are bowling Kevin McCune and Nolan White.
Every other match, we're going to start here with our #1 seed and give them some love here. I know Nora Johansson, for example, when Johansson was looking to watch them a little bit more, so we'll keep it here for a little bit. And then we'll mosey on down to the Miller Zweig versus Crow Bone matchup.
How did I even try to compete against these guys? What am I thinking? Throws is so good.
Yeah, you're just a competitor.
I enjoy it. It's fun.
Steve, I did not know. I didn't catch who Dan was bowling with.
Dan Higgins.
Yeah.
He is bowling with. I'm not sure. I do not know. Do not know him.
He did advance to the. Or I should say, they did advance to the top 8. It's bowling Anthony Nair and Tim Foy Jr. It is a little strange. Linda, you're right, and to see Chad Roberts and Dan Higgins not bowling together.
Is that their normal duo?
I mean, I have seen them bowl a few times, certainly. I feel like they bowled doubles here once or twice together.
Possibly. The Daniel Dino and Chris Corbin match, Dino and them can strike out for 279, and the other team can only strike out for 247. So they're in pretty good shape there. And they're going into the 10th. Dino 1-0 down there.
That was quick.
Yeah, they bowl fast. They don't mess around. Baker's is a very fast pace. As long as you got the guys that are ready to bowl when it's their turn, it can go, what, 10-minute match?
For me and Baker, it just means that they struck a lot.
That too.
Which looks to be the case.
And kind of like we were talking about, you get up there and you get ahead of somebody. They're 2 frames ahead and already have them shut out.
Baker is all about rhythm, in my opinion.
Yes.
And you're bowling, like as much as you're bowling the other team, to me it's about the rhythm. So if you're in rhythm, you just bowl. And the results certainly will come. Speaking of results, Anthony Nyer and Tim Foy Jr. have the front 8. I'm going to watch Chad's shot here, and then we'll go around the horn a little bit. All right, you saw Cam Crow at the bottom of your screen. Here is Tyler Widmeyer. And then let's go full to Jason Miller. He's bowling with Matt Zweig again against Brandon Bone and Cam Crow.
So Tim Foy and Nyer.
Anthony Nyer.
I know who, I just didn't know. Yeah. They are front 9. It's going to be 1-0 no matter what happens here.
They've got the front 9 as mentioned. Bone, Crow, 90, 20. Yeah. They're going to be trailing quickly to Nyer, 10th frame. There's some folks here I can tell who've never watched Anthony Nyer bowl.
You know, I've never seen him bowl in person. He is a power player for sure. That's my first time seeing him in person. I've seen him on TV, obviously. Big guy as well. Yeah, he throw it a little bit better, you know.
Anthony, Scooby, appreciate that additional info. I don't want to assume, but I get a chance to talk with Arnar, but I saw his shirt. He's got a PBA patch, so that sounds like he has been bowling on tour and working on some PTQ and having some success. Anthony Nyer's been trying to do that as well. 300, bang.
I mean, no doubt about that one.
Just like that. Just shake that off.
I don't think Tim wants a different partner now. What do you think? Although he was joking,
he was
obviously.
joking.
Pretty good game there.
All right, so this one's in the books here. And so let's get you back over to a match that is not yet finalized. And Arnar, Chad versus Jonathan Cummins and Tyler Widmeyer. Again, Roberts and Mr. Janssen are the #1 seed. All right, so I need you to do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I need you to keep track, or kind of double check me, if you will.
Okay.
On the match totals or game scores, if you will. So Nyer and Foy.
300.
Where's your bracket that you wrote out earlier, bro? Come on. Man.
Well, I was just 1-0.
Unbelievable.
I believe Dino and them were around 279 to around 230-ish, 220. Nyer, that they had 300 and the other team 220-ish. In front of us, it was a pretty big 280 to something.
Yeah, 230.
Cam and them didn't try the last frame.
Still shot 230.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want any part of Jonathan Cummins. I'm just going to keep his money.
That's I'm telling you. I mean, well, you know.
I'm kidding. It was all in fun. I just got lucky to beat him. That's all.
That's a nice 250 plus to start. What did they shoot? 259?
59,
so
yes.
59 to 25. So they are up by 1 early. 1 game to nil. Again, best 2 out of 3 all of these matches, folks. Best 2 out of 3 in all of these matches.
Yeah, the interesting fact, like I said, about the whole Baker's thing is, like, you can get on the lanes, and this is kind of why I like the higher seed getting the choice game 3. You can obviously see that the left lane here on 35, it looks like it's a little bit better than 36 for whatever reason. So if you had the choice, you're going to want to pick the other lane and put the other team on the pair where they're struggling. So that was kind of one reason why I asked what the situation was at that point. I got a thumbs up on my brackets, so that could be good.
Cam Crow just after terrible 7-pin, I believe. Jason Miller, Matt Zweig. They're putting in work early. I mean, these teams, you got to keep an eye on the McCune.
Yeah, Dino and them are a little bit ahead. It looks like they're working on a double.
Yeah, they're a half game ahead, basically.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino both fast.
My ball speed's half that dude's.
Yeah, so
You're
Dino.
too popular, man. I'm gonna have to get you out of here.
I know. Daniel Dino and Chris Corbin bowl so fast that when we have tournaments that they're in, their lane is always done before everyone. So that doesn't surprise me that they're almost done.
Another quickly moving match right now is this Cam Crow, Brandon Bone, Jason Miller, Matt Zweig match. And in fact, right now it's the lefties who are just bowling super quick.
As you can hear in the background, they are getting loose tonight.
It sounds like it.
Yeah. So the Dino match, it looks like, so they have 89 in the 4th with all strikes after that. So that's a, what is that, 269 they can shoot. And Nolan and them are a little bit behind. So if Dino gets up and strikes out, that match is over. And, well, it might be over. Nolan just got 6. Yeah, that match, Dino's going to go 2-0, so they're going to advance.
Ooh, and a 3-7 for Brandon Bone in the 7th frame, bottom right of your screen. Whitmire, 5th frame, and rolls it to
So Dino threw the first one in the 10th and then 10-pin, and they're shaking hands. That match is over. Daniel Dino and Chris Corbin move on over Kevin McCune and Nolan White. So the first match in the books. It's looking like an early projection that Tim Foy and his partner are going to probably, they got a pretty big lead right now as well.
All right, so let's see. Johnson and Roberts right now trail Cummins and Whitmire.
Kevin McCune just tried to throw it off the wrong foot like Daniel Dino. And he got through the face. You know, a lot of people that haven't seen Daniel bowl before, they make comments. They make, you know, this and that. I'm telling you, he is an absolute stud. That kid can bowl. Dan does not like that shot.
Zwei gets out of trouble, what was potentially a 7-10. Let's go quickly next door real quick here. Big shot there from Brandon Bone. Johnson able to slap out a strike, or excuse me, a 4-pin. I did not see that standing there in the 8th frame.
Okay, so looks like after that shot, that's going to be another 2-0 match there as well.
Well, the top seed's in danger of losing 2-zip here.
Yeah, the only match at this point would be right here in front of us if Cam Crow strikes out for 245. What's the other team have?
They are a frame, or no, they caught up.
So they could still win.
239.
No.
This could be it
Big
for
shot.
Cam.
Okay.
Wow.
So we need a double to move to win.
Yes.
The other matches are over. Jonathan Cummins' match is not over just yet.
Cummins just left the 3-6-10 in the 10th frame, so they can get to 222. 60-90-27. So Chad Roberts first, about to step up in the 9th. He has to strike. And then Mr. Janssen will have a chance to double in the 10th and keep that match alive.
That was wow, that was a beautiful shot.
Nicely done there.
So
keep it here. You're going to watch Jonathan Cummins shot at the bottom right of your screen. And he missed it.
Okay, so that match just got interesting.
So the job is a little bit easier.
They need a double somewhere.
Yep.
Chad looking at it. Okay,
right.
So they need a strike to move to force a game 3.
Yep.
Mr. Zweig, is that correct?
That is correct.
He needs a strike here to put Cam and Brandon out. And he's got a freeze frame here. I don't know if he sees it yet or not. He has he's ready to go.
He's going.
He was ready to go. No reset. Interesting.
All right, so let's see if we can time it right. Zweig for win. There it is.
Beautiful shot. Oh.
Johnson for a win.
Oh, he got it
Oh,
out.
wow.
Oh, wow. What a shot. So all the matches are over. They're going to have to bowl one more game. So I'm assuming that they're going to have these guys wait probably. Or they may just start up down here. I'm not really sure. What a shot right there.
That's like, you know, he won the Agent Ong Open for $10,000 in Phoenix in October and put a nice run together. So one match is going to go the distance here in the round of 8, and it's the one on our screen currently.
You know, that spare really hurt them. I mean, either way, the pressure was still on. He made a great shot, got a good break. So they're going to have to bowl one more game. They will be the only team still bowling. So everyone else, I'm assuming, is going to be watching, unless they go ahead and let these guys start down here, which I'm not sure if they will or not.
Nice finish by
Absolutely.
Andar. I tell you, pretty impressed with his game as a whole. Came right in, putting in work. So Widmeyer, Cummins. Let's throw a quick scoreboard on this screen. That's, I mean, maybe the fastest round of 8.
Yes.
At least it would have been.
Yes.
Had that match been concluded too, the fastest round of 8 I've ever seen in any kind of match play scenario.
Yeah. I mean, typically I want to say that this tournament ends around midnight or so. Does that sound about right? 12,
yeah,
12:30?
last year it did for sure.
I mean, we're pretty good pace right now. I mean, it's only 10:30?
It's 10:30.
So I mean, they're
I keep
rolling.
getting confused.
Yeah,
I'm not at home. Not on Central Time.
Okay, so they're going to bowl one more game. And then the winner of that match will face, they're right here in front of us.
Jason Miller.
Yes.
Matt Zweig.
Nice shot there.
That's a big double to start early.
Yeah.
Who am I looking for right now?
You looking for teams that are still in?
I figured out. No, I figured it out. I just wanted to make sure I had the proper spelling for Arnar.
Got out of it there. But when you're in a one-game match, you don't want to get too far behind.
Again, this is a 1-8 scenario too, folks. 1-8 top seed versus number 8 seed. Arnar and Chad shot 15-30 for 3 games to qualify as the number 1 seed. And of course, your cut being Jonathan Cummins and Tyler Whitmire at 14-38. It is 1-1. Correct, Jeremy Thomas?
On the match down here, yes, that is correct.
And Jeremy Thomas.
The first round, Tyler and Jonathan won fairly comfortably. The second game, Chad's partner struck out to win. And this game started out double spare, and then spare strike. So it's still close.
Hearing some bracket discussion back there.
Oh, got a slight break there, not leaving a bucket. That's still a tough spare. Yeah, there's some bracket discussion going on. Sometimes you don't have to be a good bowler. Sometimes you just got to know who to put your money on.
That is correct.
That is what I'm good at.
B.O. Duthay checking in. It's early in Arizona.
Nice shot. Just like that, the match changes in one frame.
Had a brief convo too with Arnar, just trying to make sure I got his name. It is Johnson. But again, from an American or English way. By the end of the weekend, though, I'm going to have him voice my or put his name pronunciation in a voice tab, so I can memorize it. But he lives in Sweden, but is from Iceland.
Oh, okay. Iceland.
Scooby, I saw you mention, I think it was you, about the step ladder for the Pete Weber Missouri Classic. I've seen no results from it today.
We can find out.
I know that Bill O'Neill was still bowling well. I know A.J. Johnson actually had a very nice block this morning, if I recall, or maybe that's last night I'm thinking about.
I will get you some scores, or at least who's in. They should be down to 5 now, correct? Or do they have one more round?
No, this would be, no, they should have, they are at 5, I should
Okay,
say.
so they do have the step ladder ready. It is A.J. Johnson versus Samo.
Ooh.
And
Nice.
then the 3 seed is Russo.
Okay.
And then the 2 seed is EJ and Bill O'Neill.
William.
He is on fire.
Oh, just wrap it up. Tell it to Giddy on up there, Mr. Johnson. The windup and the pitch.
Looks like Jacob Butcher missed the cut by 13 pins for the show. Bill O'Neill shoots plus 1163. I'm not sure if that's a lot, but fifth was 920. So that's 200 pins.
Well, that's all. That's no bonus pins there either.
Yeah, no match play.
There was no match play.
That's pretty good.
Well, Cummins missed a spare here. That means we might see a little small contingent from Springfield make their way here to bowl tomorrow.
Could be. If they hit the road right now, they could bowl the, I mean, if they wanted to pull an all-nighter, they could bowl at 8:30, but I would assume.
I think, Jason, there were a few teams that gave them a call that were probably going to bowl doubles, but the weather in certain areas on the drive prevented that from happening.
Yeah.
So I do think we could see a grandfather defending champion here at the Bradley Open tomorrow.
As much as I love to watch him bowl, I don't think anyone wants to hear that. He is, what, back-to-back champs or close?
Just last year.
Well, he made the finals.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I rephrase that. He's been in the top tier the last 2 or 3 years.
Big double potentially here for Chad Roberts. Oh, my goodness. Another wiggle on the 5.
And the hands are going up, I'm sure.
He left. That's how his match started back in game 1.
Did it sweep it or?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I left a 4.57 earlier. Pretty embarrassing. I don't even know how I did that.
You're seeing a nice run from Simon. Hello to Jeff M, by the way. Appreciate you, Jeff.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. So Simo went big last game to pass Jacob. All right. And what is going on in that match? They completely lost their look. 215 max for that team.
I mean, to a degree, it's kind of what happened in the longer match that we saw earlier. Not quite, obviously.
Yeah.
But even in the singles situation, this is doubles, but it's acting in a singles manner because they're bowling Baker doubles. But once you got to game 3 in our finals between Brandon Coombs and Nolan White, the scoring pace went down.
Yes.
And it's very similar to what we're seeing in this match, although the tide is still, at the moment, still in the favor.
Yeah, they need to
Johnson and Roberts.
Yeah, they need to stay clean and should get there with good count.
I think you said it earlier.
Oh, what a break right there.
Yeah, and the carry down starting to happen a little bit, but R&R came back and you saw him go with his hand. He kind of topped it a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, they're these are good caliber bowlers. Like I said, the shot for whatever reason was not difficult to get to the pocket, but it was difficult to get the pins out. That's what I saw today when I was bowling. Sometimes when you get a rerun, throughout the day, it change. Like when we have the Derby tournament here, that second and third squad, they change. So that probably has a little bit to do with the scores coming down a little bit. For doubles anyway. So it looks like as long as Chad can stay clean and his partner, they're going to advance.
The best Cummins and Whitmire can do is 203. Roberts Johnson pacing in the 2-0s. A double would certainly be all right. Oof.
Yeah. Count matters now.
That was huge there.
Yeah. You gotta. So he needs 8 spare, 9. Well, 9 spare, 9 would be probably get him in.
Depends on what Cummins does. He gets the 10 out.
Gets the 10 out. Gives him a chance. You never know. He needed a strike last time to move on, and here he is back in the same position.
There it is. So he can play.
Yes, and those are, like I said, those are big pressure shots. It doesn't matter what tournament you're in. He went up there twice. He had to have it, and he did it.
We should have a round of 4 matches on 33 and 34 and 37 and 38, but I'm going to go double check that.
No, he's probably going to go right here.
Oh, you're right.
And then the finals are probably going to be here. So 41 and 42 is probably where we're going next.
Mill, I want a match too.
Yeah, I would say, Todd, I would say that, you know, when you get in Bakers, as you know, as much as you do, rhythm and timing and don't know exactly what word I'm looking for, but you start to gel with your teammate when things are going good. They keep going good, and when you're kind of struggling, sometimes it's hard to make that big shot. But this young man right here stepped up twice, needing a strike, and he put them both back, and that's how you move on. You live to fight another match, and the next match is going to be pretty solid as well.
All right.
You guys got any questions? Let us know. We can answer them in the.
Your 1 seed.
Yeah, right.
Bowling your 5 seed, Miller and White on 39 and 40.
I think Todd could tell us. Tyler is from his area, I'm pretty sure. And so is Jonathan Cummins. They're from up in northern Kentucky or Cincinnati area.
On 35 and 36.
So we got one local team here in Dino and Corbin, and then the rest are looks like some sort of PBA regional / member for the rest of the guys, at least on that level. Because I know Tim Foy bowls some PBA, obviously.
Tim, Anthony, and Matt Zweig, all national members.
To advance, please see the tournament office for your payouts. Again, we thank you guys for coming out. Bowlers, you will get 2 balls of practice on each lane. We'll give another minute or so to get down your lanes before we get started.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, so I did not make the cut, but I definitely cashed. I did okay, and I bowled 620.
Yeah, I think you came out all right.
I know I only started with 3 of these. I can tell you that.
The way it is shaked out for you a little bit.
Mm-hmm. How was your sandwich earlier?
It was very good. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a tough time getting out of here. It was a lot of traffic leaving. So
I knew
the way back was fine.
I knew it was going to be somewhat iffy.
Still need to find my guy for his beverage.
Oh, he's there. He's right there.
Cody Poole, come
right
see
there.
me. Oh yeah, we need Cody down here.
Yeah, go see him.
All right, boys, we'll go ahead and get you guys started. We know it's going on tonight. I know there's been talk of doing some pot bowling if you're interested.
Okay.
You may want to talk around. Bowlers will be 2 balls. Good luck.
The pot bowling aspect is still, still out there.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There'll be some matches. Don't you worry. But Jalen looks like he's packing up, so maybe he gave up.
Yeah, y'all was playing games, man.
I
ain't got time to be.
I was ready.
You know what I'm saying?
As soon as I got these bluebirds handed to me, I was ready. There is some action going on down there, I'm pretty sure, because there's some house balls going down there. A lot of people like the house ball pot bowling. That's a kind of a big thing. And then Zimmer looks like he's bowling somebody. I'm sure he's not bowling for fun. My man just saw Anthony throw a shot and said, wow. Yeah, he has power. And that was my first time ever seeing him bowl, and it is very impressive.
So to your question earlier, so Anthony Nyer, Tim Foy Jr., Matt Zweig, all national touring players. And Jason Miller, I still believe, does bowl regionals from time to time.
Yeah, so the only two I would say amateurs would be Corbin and Dino at this point.
I mean, I feel like, Chad Roberts bowls enough high-level stuff. I think he'd also bowl some regional action as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about Arnar. Excuse me. So 4 players with national touring experience. I think they all bowled the PTQ this week.
No, Kyle is not here this year. He has obligations to be in the next PBA stop with some Pro-Am type stuff, so he will not be bowling this year. To anyone that's going to watch this match right here, I already can tell you one question that's going to be answered or asked typically of when Daniel Dino bowls. Yes, he bowls off the wrong foot, but yes, he is very good and he delivers the ball phenomenally well. So enjoy watching something that's not your typical bowler, you would say, but he is very, very good. A good friend of mine. Absolute stud on the lanes, good guy. You're going to enjoy watching this match for sure. I have a feeling this is going to be a very high-scoring match right here. Yeah, Kyle's awesome, Todd. Yeah, so this match right here will be high scoring and fast. It's going to be a fast match. They're going to bowl. The over-under on this first match might be 10 minutes. Oh, Chris got that 4-6. The pace will be fast. It looks like both teams are ready to fire. Emil will be back. He is just getting some cameras situated. Yeah, you just watch. Like I said, if you have not watched Daniel right here, he does bowl off the wrong foot, but he hits it at the bottom. He does everything right. I mean, everything's good. It might look, the kid is very, very, very good. Strikes a bunch. Yeah, Daniel's an absolute stud. It doesn't matter what foot he throws it off of. He throws it good at almost every single time. So they have started the other match. Like I told you, these guys are going to bowl. They're not going to mess around.
I feel that it's Chris Corbin.
Chris
correct?
Corbin, yes.
I feel like he made this top 8 in doubles last year too. It was singles or doubles.
Yeah,
one
and
or the other.
I think did he win singles last year? I believe he may have.
I think he did.
I think he did. And then he made the championship. I want to believe. I think he may have made the championship match. He may have won them both, to be honest with you. As you see, these guys are talking. They're going to be done before they even start. Tim and Anthony are not messing around here. Yeah, Chris, I thought he won singles. I think they're looking for his spare ball right now. Yeah, he does not lack the power, that's for sure.
Now he's in his wheelhouse too.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think we throw it pretty similar. We play the same part of the lane. He just has so much more power in hand that it's pretty impressive. Yeah, these guys aren't messing around. They're just jumping up and putting them down.
Well, again, it's about rhythm.
Yeah, you know, I thought there for a second they gave, when Dino had to go get his spare ball, they took a break. They could have just kept putting it on him, you know, and putting the pressure on, but they did stop and wait a second. I didn't know what that was going to do, but they didn't miss a beat.
Well, look at Anthony, and I know this is your first time seeing him.
Yes.
But he's good, relaxed. They just shot 300 in game one of the round of 8 match, and they're looking like they're about to do it again. And they're bowling with an opponent that wants to bowl as fast as they do.
Yes,
so
it makes a huge difference.
They're going to be in the best possible rhythm. Now, you know, if they weren't bowling well or if they had bad ball reaction, then it might be a little different.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's one thing that I've had to work with. You know, I'm obviously not on the level of these guys, but when I bowl with someone, and it kind of happened tonight, that is slower, that wants to take their time, and then the guys around me, I'm a fast-paced bowler like these guys, and it plays a factor in my head, and I can't figure out how to stop it. So it does have a little bit of effect. Like you said, they're up just ready to rock, and then when the other team's ready to go, you know, like you said, it's in their wheelhouse. As soon as you think you have a chance. Daniel ball change there, and he's up to 7-10. I think he was ball tested for the next game right there. Kind of conceded this match already. Pretty smart move, really, to see what your ball's going to do. Can't see what ball he's throwing. It kind of looks like a exponent. I'm not sure if it's the old one or the new one.
Yeah, as I said, when they're a new release today.
But it could also be the Tour Dynamics. Yes, there was a couple of new toys today. But out of respect for the sponsor, we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, I can't see exact. It's either Exponent or Tour Dynamics. It's one of the two, because it's blue. That's a different ball. I don't even know what that was. It was good. He's going to ball change again here in the 10th. It looks like he's going to go to a Summit. I believe that's what he just picked up. I mean, does it matter at that point? 3 different balls. It looks like he threw an exotic gem. Whatever it was 3 good shots for 3 different balls.
I mean, their first game average of these matches is 289.
Yeah.
Shot 300 game 1, match 1.
Yeah.
278 here, match number 2 in the round of 4. Again, the winners get 2,500.
Oh, wow. Can we get a replay there?
Wow.
I don't know if you have it, but if you want to talk, I mean, look at this gentleman's face after this shot. That changes matches right there. I mean, he went from was that a 6-7-10 to a strike. And that put him on a 4-bagger instead of an open, potentially. Watch this. Now keep in mind, this puts him on a 4 in a row. Right through the face, 6, 7, 10, and
Oof, I didn't see the whole thing.
yeah. you go from a open potentially to 5 in a row.
Hey, listen, let me tell you what that is right there. And I like Chad Roberts, he's a great individual. But what you call that is new dad carry.
Oh, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, that's probably why I lost mine.
Yes, you're an old dad now.
Yeah, I'm an old dad. It doesn't count anymore.
How old are your kids?
10 and 8.
Oh yeah, you're out.
Yeah,
of it,
I'm
bro.
out.
You're out.
Yep. I lost it a long time ago.
I'm right in the middle, 4 and 3.
You still might have a little bit.
I don't even bowl enough to use the new dad carry though, so it doesn't really count.
Yeah, that shot right there changes everything about that match.
Apologies for the. This is not the perfect split screen, obviously, but based on the angles of where cameras are and where the matches are, try to get you in a spot where you can watch them both. It won't matter pretty soon, potentially, because we might just be watching one match the way and the speed, obviously, of what's happened on 35 and 36. However, Corbin and Dino, it's Dino.
Dino.
Right?
Yes.
Corbin and Dino now coming out firing a nice 3-bagger.
Wow.
That didn't sound very good.
I didn't see that he missed it. I couldn't see around him. Well, the way this match is trending, we're going to see a third game here, potentially. Yeah, he did whip it, but if you would have heard it, it looks like he may have stuck a little bit or something. There was a skid, and you could hear it. He definitely did not get his footwork correct, whatever happened there, because it was definitely noticeably loud. And I haven't heard that from him until then, so it was obviously something that wasn't normal. Yeah.
He's sending pins, and nothing is connecting. And it can turn on a dime.
Looks like Chad Roberts' team is going to advance, at least win that game. So they're going to be 1-0. And then it looks like the way we're trending, we're going to game 3 over here. Yeah, like I told you, if you have not seen Daniel Dino bowl, you will be impressed.
Yeah, I remember watching him last year. Daniel Farish and I were talking about him this morning, or during game 1. Appreciate Daniel for joining us. Again, folks, A Squad will begin tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, they just cannot get a hit this game.
The winners of these matches will move on to the finals. They will bowl on 37 and 38. Nice amount of viewers here tonight. We appreciate you tuning in. If you haven't already, please subscribe to Bowlstream TV. Smash that thumbs up for us as well. I want to thank Jeremy Thomas of Thomas Tournaments for joining me both singles and doubles today. He bowled doubles.
That's what you call it.
Clearly, he didn't bowl well enough, or he'd be bowling still.
Yeah.
So he's here with me, hanging out and telling me about some of the local players, of course, nearby. But the flip-flop has happened here on 35 and 36. We're going to go to game 3, it looks like, over there.
Yeah, and the other match over there was 243 to 2-0, so that's going to go to game 2 over there. So they're going to be in game 3. They're going to be in game 2.
Did Mr. Dino, did he end up making the ball change? I know you were referencing it for a minute.
Yeah, it looked like he ball changed the last game, and he was throwing it looks like the attention star is what he was throwing, and then it looked like he may have switched to a blackout. It's what it looked like, and he didn't like it, and he went back to that one. Now, obviously, he made the right choice, and it looks like Chris is probably throwing the virtual energy. It's what it looks like. I have to watch it next time, but it looks like it. They are both on Storm staff here locally. So that's probably what they're throwing.
Bulldoze there for Chad Roberts to start. It's a tough blower 7 to open up with. Jason Miller, I feel like he had a nice little run in one of these events last year too. He and Mads Weig bowling together here. You going to eat? Is that what happened?
That's what it sounded like.
Okay. Well, eating is good.
Well,
276.
It sounded that's what they were talking about, but depends on if I find somebody to bowl me down there. No, I'm kidding. I don't want any part of that. We're going to have to find my guy Cody. And he's probably thinking that I forgot about him, but I definitely haven't. We always say what we're going to do. But we need him to come check in with us. At least tap me on the shoulder so I know who to take care of. Oh. The 2-pin roll today has been, I mean,
it's been solid.
It has been. So we're going to game 3 here in front of us. 2-8-10 for Chad.
That pair's getting interesting, 39-40.
Yeah. I think that was one of the ones I bowled on. I think. Oh, wow. If I remember, they bowled really well on this lane, and they bowled not so well on this lane, Dino and Corbin, and they had to switch. So this could get lopsided unless they figure it out, because this is the pair that Anthony and Tim had the look.
Remind me of our match total on 39-40.
They are 1-0 Team Roberts, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they got the look on that lane for sure. And that's what we were talking about with Bakers earlier. It's so wild that one lane can play completely different than the other.
Absolutely.
You know, that was
you can almost say it happens 70% of the time. That
Yeah.
might be a little high, but
No,
honestly.
And you know, I don't really know why, but it seems to always be that way, where one lane plays completely different than the other. I mean, as you can see, they have the look on this lane, and then the other lane, they were lost.
And on both sides of the lane.
Yeah.
Because it's even in that regard in this match.
And then it kind of switched back to where they're back where they were, you know. So
I mean, I've seen it a gazillion matches collegiately where the team who wins every game on one lane, whichever one that is.
Which is kind of the point that I made earlier about lane choice is so important. You know, where if you're the higher seed, you would obviously know. I don't know who the higher seed between these two were, but they would have definitely picked the other lane, right?
Nair and Foy.
So yeah, they would have ended up right there. They would have picked that lane for sure. Mr. Miller is struggling the last 2 shots. He went 6 out and 5 out. Daniel went back to the attention star on that lane. His last 2 shots were beautiful.
R&R coming through in the 6th frame. Jason Miller has had some trouble in this left lane for the Zweig-Miller combo.
Yeah, he has yet to strike on that lane. 2 opens and an 8. Yeah, that looks like the virtual energy blackout from Chris, from what I can see. Yeah, that's a good shot right there. You're right. Whoever said he's a bad dude, you are correct.
That Tim Foy is legit. I agree, Mike. It is not my favorite.
Daniel is trying to get them back. They're trying to get back in the match. They need a break, but I don't know if they're going to get it from that left lane. Yeah, I mean, well, Chad just gave them a chance. This match down here is interesting. If someone could just double, they might win. They're not going away down here either.
No, it could be intriguing.
I mean, you know, Chad's got a chance to double right there and almost put him away and let him right back in it. Oh, the 2-pin almost again. That might be the break they needed right there. They can go 58 and they can go 270, correct? And I think the way Daniel's throwing the ball right now, he's in his wheelhouse. If he can get up in the 10th frame, he's going to be, yeah, I mean, if he gets a shot in the 10th, Daniel's going to be tough. Oh, wow, he gives him another washout on lane 40. You know what, it's interesting that, it's Jason Miller, correct, Emil?
Yes.
Yes. He's going to be up in the 10th frame, and he is struggling. All right, so like I said, Daniel gets a chance, and right now the way he's throwing it, I like his chances. Now, all right, so they are struggling down here. 185 to 188. So Mr. Miller can erase all the bad shots this game in one frame. You don't give Daniel Dino a chance, I promise.
Wow.
He is clutch.
That's impressive.
It's a big shot for Mr. Miller right here. Yeah, he is lost on that lane. But that being said, they are still in the match with a 180-70 game. Chad has to throw a strike to give himself a chance. Through the face for 7.
Pretty impressive, this rundown. This was like a LeBron chase down block, what Dino and Corbin just did. You
know, and I've seen Daniel bowl so many times that I saw the look that he had. And when he has that look, he's a guy you don't want to bowl. When he gets that good tight shape. So this is a big 10th frame over here. I don't think you would find yourself needing to strike out for 170 to win a match very often. And that can happen. So they got 160s, 168-ish. So he has to throw a double. And they don't have a double the whole game. So, but we've watched him throw clutch shots 3 times already. When he had to have it, he's had it. I think this will either be 2-0 or we'll go to game 3.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, that kid's got it. He's got that it factor. He wants the shot.
I agree.
He wants it. Like, you can see when he steps up with the pressure on him. I mean, his game completely changed. And I've seen it 3 times.
He's got 1 left.
Depending on count here. Okay, so he got the count he needed. So far, he is 3 for 3 on clutch shots, looking for the 4th to win the match and move to the finals, I believe. I believe that match is 1-0. So
Linda. That's funny.
well,
Hook a lot.
yeah, he missed. Wow. Wow, he missed that totally off his hand. But that kid's impressive.
Stay behind the
I mean,
foul line.
I've seen him clutch up 3-4 shots now.
He's 4.
What's that?
He needs 4.
He needs 4. If he doesn't get 4 after, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, impressive. You know, to think that you haven't thrown a strike. Did he throw a strike the whole game? Would you be the leadoff, or no? You'd be the two bowler. He threw 1 strike.
Yeah, he was 2.
Actually, no, I take that back. He struck every ball except for 1. So he was, he did it. He did his thing. He opened in the 8th frame. That was it. So very impressive going to the championship match. Daniel Dino, Chris Corbin versus Arnar Johnson and Chad Roberts. All right, Chad, who do we have in the finals? Who is your pick? Do you have the Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino, or do you have Chad Roberts and Arnar Johnson? Who is your pick? Emil is transferring some equipment for a better view for you guys. I guess right here. All right, so we are back with the final match.
Again, bowlers, you will get 2 balls of practice on each lane. There is no adjusting surface.
Yeah, so there was a question asked by Mr. Roberts if he could adjust his surface on his ball, and the answer was no. So that's what the question was. Some tournaments, they consider a new match, a new round, which is okay in some, and then others it's not, and that was the call on this pair, or on this tournament, that is not allowed. Looks like they need to turn these lanes on. They're not on yet. Yeah, Linda, Chris Hester's one of the best around, I can promise you. He's just having fun with it. He means it in all in fun. So, who do you have? Chris Corbin, Daniel Dino, or Arnar Johnson and Chad Roberts? Who's your pick? This is the final match of the evening. All right, so Emil is back. The professional is back.
2 shots on each lane.
Looks like they got it set up for 2 minutes. That's about probably the same, really. And they're not even practicing yet, so. like I said, the tournament's rolling at a pretty good pace.
Appreciate it again tuning in, hanging with us early. Had a few unfortunate power cord issues that we worked through today or this evening.
This should be an entertaining match here. I believe we were talking about speed earlier. I think Chad and Arnar are a little bit slower paced versus Corbin and Dino, who's going to go. So this kind of might be what we talked about earlier, like whose advantage is that? The team that wants to go or the team that wants to wait? So we will see.
Well, you know, you're only going to wait at the end.
Yeah.
So, but for me, I would always just go at the pace that I'm trying to go on to the team, or in this case, the team. But the strikes will also help dictate the pace, or lack thereof.
Now this is definitely the pair that I shot 170 on, 37-38. They're way better than me, but it was different for sure. They were the 1 seed, correct? So the 1 seed is still in.
Yeah, and our singles, that did not take place. So this is the 1 versus
six.
Yeah, I had 2 spots. No, yeah, 1 versus 6. Thank you.
Kind of something interesting that I saw with Arnard. When I saw him throw the shot down there, it almost looked like it almost hit the gutter when it come off his hand, and he missed right, and I thought he was going to miss. But watching him, up close, he plays right on that edge, where I can see why that ball kind of did what it did. He gets it down pretty close to the gutter. I mean, he's playing the whole lane, that's for sure. Pretty impressive. We should be getting ready to start. Maybe 1 practice ball remaining. I mean, he's all over that gutter. All right, Jason's coming. The man himself.
All queued up now?
I believe so.
I promised Emil I'd make more appearances this year. It's normally like quick flybys and out.
I mean, hey man, you gotta get paid. Well, I guess you have to pay people.
Yeah, that's part of it as well, I guess. I don't think they'd all turn up for no money.
Jeff, 25 hundo, right?
Yep.
1250 each.
Yep.
2,500.
Not bad for 100 a man. 110.
110, yeah. And then second place is 1,500.
Okay.
So not too shabby. Chris is trying to add to his trophy collection. Had the singles last year. Not bad for Chad making the last minute doubles change, right?
Well, that's kind of what someone was thinking. Does he normally bowl with Dan Higgins?
No, he bowls with Kim Ballaby.
Kim Ballaby. Okay, so he did not make the show, but he was close.
He didn't make the show?
I don't think so. We ran it down earlier, right? Samo.
He did not make it. I don't know where he finished, but he did not make the top 5. But he bowled today.
Yeah. So you think you may be getting some messages in your inbox for the late squad tomorrow?
Maybe.
Graham Fall may be on his way.
Maybe. Yeah, that's what I've been working on since last time I was sitting in. It was updating the rosters and updating the squads, and not everybody's picked, and some last-minute dropouts, some people jumping in. So, it's fine-tuning that every year, So, got some pretty neat ideas for next year. I think we could possibly sell out next year. If everything went the right way, I think it's a good possibility.
Kim Ballaby finished 8th.
That's still awesome shooting.
I had a great week.
Yep. Yep.
Great week. He's been putting in a lot of work, too.
He's been up in your neck of the woods a lot,
Yeah,
hasn't
he
he?
has, yes.
Been working with Will?
Yep.
Yep.
Did y'all cross paths?
Who's that?
Like, did you see him at some point, Kim? Like at the shop?
No,
okay.
no. I've turned around and I've got to know Kim pretty
that's
well
right,
over the
that's
years.
Right.
Past champion. He won the last event when we were at the other location in town, and then he came here and finished runner-up. So closest thing that we've had for a back-to-back in a while.
That's filthy.
Yeah, never a doubt.
That's filthy.
But yeah, Kim's great. He messaged me earlier and he was like apologetic for not making it. I said, man, don't take this the wrong way. I'm happy you're not going to be here. Because that means that they're doing really good over there. I'm never going to be offended by someone turning around and saying, I can't make it. I'm doing well at the PBA stop. I'm happy when they're here. I understand when they're not. If they can make it and participate, that's fantastic. If they can't make it and participate, then that either means that they're doing well or they're taking time for themselves, which they need to have. You know what I mean?
Nice ball change for this pair from Chad Roberts.
Yeah, Dino got that ball outright. See, what I was talking about with him earlier, when he can keep it in and tight, you don't want that. He missed right, and his ball went left, obviously, because he got his angle wider.
Hey, this is keeping my statistics for lefties and righties pretty good. There's 3 righties bowling right now again. Chris is the anomaly, being the one lefty in the finals. Last year it was the other way around. 3 lefties, 1 righty. Jalen was the only righty.
That's a great point. What do you got for next year? 2 and 2?
Don't know. All 2-handers.
Yeah.
That could happen.
We don't have any 2-handers in the finals, do we?
No, we do not.
Wow.
So much for lane conditions being dominated by 2-handers and lefties, right?
He's got that exponent pearl rolling today. See, Dino's way too far right.
I send the friction quick.
Well, that's just not what he was doing over here. He was, as I showed, he was so much more inside 10.
Yeah.
And he was just peeling off and perfect. I'm not sure if he's trying to do that or if he's getting a little bit tired, or whatever the case may be. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
So, but I can definitely see he's missing right pretty significantly than he was over here.
But the night's going pretty quick tonight, you know.
We were talking about that. The pace is fast.
Well, and that's because, like I said earlier, I mean, we normally average close to 85 plus teams in this. We're at right about 70 this year, and like I said to Emil earlier, there's a lot of factors in that, and a lot of it's played for the weather, but it definitely changes the pace, you know.
Wow.
So
he almost left one of those in practice.
Keeping it interesting.
Yeah. I'm interested to see if Daniel figures that move to get it back inside 10. Or maybe this, like I said, I bowled on this pair earlier, and it was tough. Something was tough, and I couldn't figure it out. I bowled 170.
Yeah, I mean, this one's still, you know, Honors and Chad's to lose going out for
See,
37.
that ball right there is going to be much better. Did you see where he put that?
Yeah.
He didn't get it right. That's his A game right there.
Well, his A game could get them an early win.
Yeah. Depending on what Chad does right here. Or Arnar. Yeah. He's been clutch, though. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
He's got a double, correct?
Double to lock him out, yeah. Oh.
Okay, so.
And so now.
So Daniel we could have a tie.
We could have a tie, or we could have a strike 9 count for a win by 1.
Yes.
Oof. Oh.
Great shot. That's tough there.
So,
yeah, but
still not over.
It's still not over.
Spare to win.
I mean, you got 217 there, and you got to cover the spare here. And
wow, what a.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, Daniel threw a great shot right there.
I am concerned about
217, 224.
Arnie's down lane reaction, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty far left. Like, so if you watch where he puts his ball down, he's very close to the gutter when the ball hits the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's playing so much of the lane. I mean, he's going all the way to the gutter.
Oh, yeah. You know, but that's what you're going to get at this point. I mean, you're 3 games in terms of regular play, not including this now, breaking down to it, and the amount of lines and angles that people have played throughout the qualifying into this is going to change a little. So they're trying to just catch that right area. Close. Carried that out. Good shot from Dino.
They will not go away. They're going to put up a fight, that's for sure. Yeah, that as far as like Emil was saying, he's playing so much of the lane.
That was loud.
Yeah.
Good shot. Yeah, I think Daniel may have either missed a move the last game or just maybe got a little fatigued there for a minute, because he definitely tightened his angle back up, which is kind of the difference where Arnar's at right now. And Chad's kind of playing tight as well in that Daniel area, and Arnar's more getting
deeper.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the move right now.
Well, I mean, he's left of everybody.
Yeah.
And I think he's been left of everybody throughout all of the matches. So.
And Chris just keeps hitting 10 and just keeps putting them down.
But I don't see a big move right at this point.
I mean, he
got it there a little bit quicker, though.
Such a nice shot.
That's crazy.
He got it there a little bit
I mean,
quick.
I'm not good with counting boards, but he's got to be going from 2-3 out to all the way to the other 2-3. Is that how you would say that?
His laydown point wasn't that far left.
It feels like it.
It looks like his body's.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting his body left.
He's sliding there.
Yeah,
yeah.
That was at 4 there, out the arrows.
It's a very nice ball roll, though, that's for sure. Chad got that in. Yeah. He missed in a couple boards there.
That's a good 5 pin right there. That's a good 9.
Daniel got right and got the 10 out.
Slow tap the 10.
Don't forget, folks, 8:30 a.m. First squad of the Bradley, A squad. It's the lanes in the morning. Thank all of the sponsors here, Motiv and Maeser Plumbing, creating the difference. Double shootout. Oh my.
Wow.
High Five Gear, H5G, appreciate them. QubicaAMF.
Oh. Little hope there. Sheet for 79 compared to 59. Oh, wrapped in. Unless something crazy happens, I think this is definitely going to game 3.
Well, you're more than likely correct.
I'll take that at almost midnight.
Yes. Each of these matches today, though, were, even though the 3 of the 4 went 2-0 pretty quickly, like they were really good 2-0s.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Well, as I said that.
The announcer's jinx.
Yeah.
That was you. They say it's me. It was you that time. I haven't.
You were still here though.
No, I haven't
you
gotten.
Were still here.
I haven't gotten anyone today, except for DJ earlier when I called 7 out.
This is a must strike.
Oh,
bang!
Flush.
I could tell you, I do not think that I would want him up in the 10th frame needing to strike.
Well, he's proven.
Yeah, four times today he's had to strike to win a match, and he's done it that I've seen. So Daniel needs a mark to shut him out, correct?
That is correct.
All right. I'm not even going to say anything.
To go to game 3. Bang.
Oh, that's it.
This needs the appropriate pin count.
Now it's about ball testing for 2 frames, isn't it?
Well, yes and no, because you're going to switch lanes. So, yes, technically, I guess. But I don't know if it really matters with one more game to go. If the lanes, depends on how they're playing. If they're playing the same, then absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, but it just gives you an opportunity,
Yeah.
right? You know, game's already over here.
Looks like Chad's going to get deeper. Looks like it's, yeah, he definitely ball
And
changed.
he switched.
Oh, that was a pretty good shot. He definitely got more left.
.239 off the sheet here to a possible .256.
Yeah, so we are going to game 3. for all of it.
That's just awesome. I mean, it's just.
Daniel took a ball change there as well. See what he liked there.
Yeah, rolled up a little bit heavier. Back on the announcement show next week, aren't you, Emil?
More than likely.
More than likely.
Yes. There's a time window that we have to meet for me to be able to do it that day. Regarding some graphics and stuff. So
Gotcha.
if we can meet the window, then yes. If not, then no. I've got a basketball double header that night.
Oh, nice.
He throws it pretty good.
Yeah. All right, one more. One more for it. Yeah, I thought I was going to get a break next Wednesday. You know, Bradley for the weekend.
Not so much.
Not so much. You know, being that I was going to hope for the birthday to have a break, but being that the college kids start first thing in the morning in Bowling Green, 7:30, 8 a.m.
Wow. Let's give you another quick look at that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot.
8 a.m. you said?
Yeah. Meaning I have to drive down the night before on my birthday, be down there. Might as well catch.
Yeah,
might as well catch
conference.
the announcement show at the same time.
Yeah, well, it should air. It should be 5 p.m. I think.
I think someone said 7.
That could be right. Could be 7 Eastern.
Yeah. So you're ahead of time here.
See, I'm yeah.
Oh.
Let's see if Daniel can keep it inside. That should be pretty good. Yeah.
It's a good look.
It's a good comment there regarding never seen a wrong foot planter. I've seen several, but none of them have been as good as
Yeah.
Mr. Dino here. And again, seeing him for the first time last year, you just watch the ball roll, how the ball hits, and if you hear it, and everything else honestly is just secondary.
And I'm
doesn't
pretty
matter how you get there.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't use a thumb either. I don't think. Pretty sure it's just 2 fingers and palm the ball, and he gets it off his hand.
The funny thing is, if you would take a pick just of the ball roll, and not even look at his feet, you'd never know that he bowled.
No.
What I was always brought up saying is goofy-footed, right? And you'd never know. You'd never know the difference. His ball roll is always great.
Yeah, if he keeps it right around 10, his ball is. He got that a little bit right, but it should be. Yeah, it should be okay.
It might be the ball change too, I think, for him.
Yeah, it looks like he went to the virtual energy blackout. Same ball Chris is throwing, I believe, unless Chris ball changed. Yeah, I believe they're both throwing the same ball. And Chad, I can't really see what he's throwing. It's a storm ball, but I can't. It could be the Summit Peak. Could be what he's throwing. It's got a little green in it. Or.
Tap out the 10.
Or it could be a Magic Gem, possibly. Can't see it. One of the two. That ball looks like the red ruby, I would assume, the IQ, which is what I shot 865 with.
In this house. In this house. I just want to say it was in this house.
And I bowled 628 tonight. It's pretty embarrassing, huh?
There's been worse things.
Does he use his thumb, Chris? I thought he didn't, but I'm gonna believe you. You've bowled with him a lot more than I have.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, Kenny says Looks like his ball or thumb is in. I was trying to key in on it.
I thought he didn't. Only because I see his Facebook post all the time when he's talking about how much he wins.
But
Oh, that's another 7.
I can't tell.
Well, that makes the game interesting there.
Either way, we've got ourselves a game here.
Yeah.
All right, Mikey says no thumb. Bang.
That's a huge shot.
Yeah, I don't think he does because I bowled with him a lot. Unless it's here.
Close. It's a good shot.
This is what you're looking for here.
Yeah.
This is very similar to what we watched in the singles.
Yeah. Very much so.
Back and forth. Haymaker after haymaker.
Super close first game. Second game was ran away a little bit. Third game was who was going to finish it off. I think that's the third consecutive 7 for Chris and Dino.
Yeah.
Out of trouble.
That one was like super clean.
So 269 to 257 max.
We all got in this in the chat, folks. We've got 3 frames left at this point. Now that you have a rooting interest, I mean, there's a couple people that have a rooting interest, I think, for sure. Linda, by the way, no, I do not have to tear down, thankfully. I would have to discuss with Jason because there would just be no way.
No, I always make sure it's good to go for you there.
What a shot by Dino.
Yeah.
Based on what we saw so far, if Chad gets this, it's going to be
a Dino Arner 10
well,
frame roll off.
Arner hasn't missed in clutch shot yet.
You know, but everyone's left the single pin so far.
Bush.
Oh, that's a good shot.
All 10 off the
Like
deck.
I said, Arner, he wants it. You can just see it. Like he has that intensity and.
This is a big shot here for Chris.
Yeah, he has to have it.
If he doesn't have it, then it's.
Yeah, he missed that a little bit off his hand. Might still give him a slight chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 237. Arner's still got to keep it clean here.
Yeah, he's been clutch all day, so I would expect him back here.
Wheel.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's it.
I've seen about all I need to see of that young man. I mean, 5 times he's had to step up and strike the first match just to continue.
Right.
Then he had to do it again just to win the match. They were down 1-0. He struck out twice to win by, 1?
Yep.
And then he come over here and he did the same thing, and then he had to do it over here twice. So I've seen a.
It's crazy.
Well, keep an eye on him for the rest of the weekend, certainly.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Once the tournament or the weekend is over, keep an eye on him as you peruse and watch the PBA Tour this season.
Yeah.
So he is. They're saying he's bowling the PTQs.
Yeah, he's been bowling.
Okay. Yeah, he definitely has the game, and he has the intensity for sure.
Oh yeah.
And he's not afraid of the moment. That's for sure.
No, like you said, to me, watching the final, it looked like he wanted every moment in there.
I mean, that's what you want. Give me the ball with one shot in hand and let me do my work.
Wow, what a final. 256, 256. I believe that was 225.
Yep, 225.
Congratulations to the #1 seed, Chad Roberts and Johnson.
And that does not happen often.
No, and I believe they were trailing. They were down 1-0 the first match.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember, Arnar stoned a 9-pin and had a scout come over and knock it over.
It's crazy there.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go hand out some money, fellas.
All right.
Some
All right,
trophies.
my man.
And
we're going to see you in the morning.
It's an earlier night.
That's right. We're all getting out of here. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, Jason's going to go do his thing, and folks, we're going to do the same. It is an early night. What time do you bowl? You bowl in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
That's the only chance I have.
Okay. And you stayed here the whole time.
Yeah, I don't have a life. No, I'm kidding.
All right. What you got?
If I was at home, I'd be watching your live stream. You do a great job.
That's true.
Always enjoy it. You do a very good professional job. I think everybody would speak highly of that watches. So you guys, when you watch the stream, always let him know. Yeah, always let him know that he does a great job, because he's been here all day long, setting up all the equipment, all the hard work, all the talking, all the score running.
Well, I'll be here doing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, too. It'll be a much different scene for those of you who've never watched the Bradley in and of itself, the actual tournament, which begins in the morning. Not a lot of strikes tomorrow. Not a lot of strikes for the rest of the weekend, so it'll be fun to watch the adjustments the players certainly will make. One thing, Jeremy Thomas, he joined us in the singles competition. He bowled doubles and then joined us here for the bracket finals of the doubles shootout as well. Jeremy of Thomas Tournaments locally. Appreciate that. Thank you to Jason Utchwall.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Jason wants me to get some pictures, so I'll see you tomorrow. I won't be getting to hang out too much. I'm going to bowl in, out, go to work, then hopefully be back tomorrow night.
Appreciate you.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right, guys. It is a long weekend for me and everyone else for that matter, so I will say so long, but we will leave you with the photos, the opportunities on the left, the runners-up, Daniel Donnell, Chris Corbin, and on the right, or the middle there, is Tournament Director Jason Utchwall, and then on the right, Chad Roberts, Arnar Johnson, or Arnie Johnson, as he also said we could call him. Young man's got some game. Look forward to seeing him up close and in person on the PBA tour next time I get some time to watch. Having said all of that, we will see you in the morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. A squad will hit the lanes. Want to thank again the sponsors here, the Bradley Open Weekend, Maeser Plumbing, Motiv, QubicaAMF, Creating the Difference, CTD, and H5G. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. We'll see you in the morning. This has been a presentation of the Double Shootout to kick off the Bradley Open Weekend. Don't forget, subscribe, like if you have not. Make sure you turn your notifications on so you'll know when we go live in the morning. For Jason Utchwall, Jeremy Thomas, Daniel Farish, who joined me in Game 1, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Time for some Ricolas and a little bit of tea, and I'll see you in the morning. Until then, y'all be safe, be well. Good night. You watch this live and only on Bowl Stream TV.